when you're feeling kinda downward. Light up, you've been using all my power. This month I'm passing on my flowers. You don't even get the ones I like anyway. Freeze your foot, now we're always at home. I'm bored of coming over to pretend I'm turned on. You're the one sober and I'm on day 4. Now I know why they worry about the neighbor next door. If I call up your friends, will they tell me where you've been? 'Cause they all up in my DMs. All this bros before girls is bullshit. Wanna break up, you say, yeah, but this game's far too players. Time to give it time and pay rent. You'll be acting like my only son, baby. My attention span is gone and the feeling's getting old. Got me playing different songs. I'm used to singing on my own. Some days I don't know your face, running out of things to say. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? One day, one day, one more day. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for you. One day, one day, one more day. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for one more day. Rough day, 'cause you're looking kinda sour. It's okay, I'll start running the shower. No way you can't join me later, 'cause I don't really need your help now anyway. We split cars, everything that we own. Even the most of it is mine from a job. Funny you had nothing and I had it all. And now you've come up better off out of the bar. Better check yourself, you're bad for my health. Doctor said I need help, and all this relationship stuff is helpless. Wanna break out, you say, yeah, but this game's far too players. Time to give it some and pay rent. You'll be acting like my only son, baby. I've been dancing way too long. It's the worst I've ever known. No. Got me playing different songs. I'm used to singing on my own. Some days I don't know your face, running out of things to say. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? One day, one day, one more day. Crazy. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for you. One day, one day, one more day. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for one more day. Some days I don't know your face, running out of things to say. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? Better check yourself, you're bad for my health. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for you. Wanna break up, you say, yeah, but this game's far too players. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for one more day.
I know I'm a lot, but you should've known not to cross the line. Now you sobered up, what the hell did you think that you'd find? The passenger seat of my heart has been reassigned, but it's still buckle up if you don't like it rough. You can run, but there's nowhere to hide no more. You can cry, but they won't hear a sound. Reading you like the Bible, there's no way out. But if I get burned, it's time's up. A lot of tick-tock, tick-tock. A lot of tick-tock, your time's up. A lot of tick-tock, tick-tock. Your time's up. I know I'm a lot, but you should've known not to cross the line. Now you sobered up, what the hell did passenger seat of my heart has been reassigned, but I'd still buckle up if you don't like it rough. You can run, but there's nowhere to hide no more. You can cry, but they won't hear a sound. I'm reading you like the Bible, there's no way out. But if I get burned, your time's up. A lot of tick-tock, tick-tock. A lot of tick-tock, your time's up. A lot of tick-tock, tick-tock. Your time's up.
up and it's down, it's a wild ride. But you don't have to do it all alone. We get up, won't come down, it's our wild side. It's a wild, wild, wild ride. It's up and it's down, it's a wild ride. But you don't have to do it all alone. We get up, won't come down, it's our wild side. We are never going home. Living a life where the sun shines blinding. We're cruising by with the wind we're riding. Down an open road, we don't know where to go. It doesn't matter, we're not on our own. There's nothing in our way, just a clear blue sky. And we don't know what we'll find, but at least we'll try. 'Cause we're not bound by the rules, we're in control. The world is our muse, we're not coming home. It's a wild ride, ride. It's a wild ride. Ooh. It's a wild, wild, wild ride. It's up and it's down, it's a wild ride. But you don't have to do it all alone. We get up, won't come down, it's our wild side. We are never going home. Oh, it's up and it's down, it's a wild ride. But you don't have to do it alone. We get up, won't come down, it's our wild side. We are never going, we are never going. It's up and it's down, it's a wild ride. But you don't have to do it all alone. We get up, won't come down, it's our wild side. We are never going home. Never going. It's a wild ride. But you don't have to do it all alone. We get up, won't come down, it's our wild side. We are never going home. How can you still sit around? Yeah, what you waiting for? Get moving, guess it's time to go. We'll never turn around. Yeah, we got everything we need, so we gon' live it up. Yeah, yeah. Oh, there's no better time than now. Oh, now. You just can't beat this feeling. Oh, I can't get enough. I keep going up. You just can't beat this feeling. This is my kind of love. We keep going up. I want it day and night, 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 day and night, night, night,
And Playday 2 is now underway for APAC South. We're back. We're ready to get underway. And I got two very fresh young gentlemen joining me, Xenox and Guz.
Young.
Guz, that's reaching, isn't it? As if we were reaching for the stars, Guzlo. How are you feeling today?
Well, I mean, I do feel quite young. I don't know if the same adjective can be used for Jake, but I mean,
Definitely not.
the way he's dressed looks like he's in his early 20s, so good on him.
It's the stripy shirt. The stripy shirt brings out all the vibes. Xenox, how are you doing today, mate? You chipper as usual?
Always excited and looking to have some fun today. We've got some good matchups and what was obviously a very exciting start for Stage 3, which has so much really on the line. Every game matters, every week matters. So looking forward to seeing what results we get tonight.
Well, considering we're already talking about Playday 1, we may as well go back and have a look at that one before we move forward with today's discussions. One that I think left a lot of people with some questions, Guz. Did you see this matchup as anything other than stock standard? I mean, Fury do push them overtime.
Yeah, for sure. That was the interesting storyline heading into this one. We probably expected Direwolves to not wipe the floor completely, but to get a win in regulation. Fury, to their credit, though, did push them distance. Ultimately, though, Direwolves were just too good in the end. Fury are still trying to build into something better, I feel, at the moment, and Direwolves trying to return to form. Of course, for Direwolves, though, an overtime win, it's okay, but with a condensed stage, every single point matters, and it would be pretty bad if that came back to haunt them.
Well, we saw that kind of on the tail end of last stage as well, so who knows, that may well play effect. But one team that I would say stood up quite tall, Xenox. Wildcard actually put on a fairly decent display against Tide.
They certainly did. The only sort of, I guess, caveat is that Wildcard have actually shown us as far back as really just the last stage that they can start well. They can have a good first play day or two, and then it all starts to go wrong. Obviously, again, somewhat of a new look Wildcard for this iteration. I hope that, you know, some of the past issues don't quite arise this time around. They can have that consistent stage and not just start well, but also finish well. So tonight's going to be another good test for them as well. Really good opponent in Gaming Gladiators, of course, went to the major. So a really, really solid test for them. And hopefully for their sake, they can have a good stage. APAC as a whole has always been a bit rough for Wildcard.
Certainly has, but someone who started off real rough last week, Knights. I mean, I don't even know if I want to make the connotation that Knights were rough. More so, Elevate were flawless, guys. As you can see down there, 7-1 victory. I mean, that is just outrageous.
Yeah, pretty quick highlight package, wasn't it? Very short match. And yeah, I still stand by what we were saying on the night, that it wasn't the Knights playing particularly bad. It was just Elevate were on a whole nother level. They were really, really strong in that particular match. So for them, it's all about riding that throughout the rest of the stage. And for the Knights, it's about trying to bounce back.
Certainly is, and we'll have a look at how everything's shaping up so far. Of course, with only one play day kind of finished, we're just kind of sitting in the middle. Gaming obviously still yet to play at all. Obviously, now that we've got 7 teams, as some of you might note, it's probably something quite important for us to talk about, and we'll just touch on it very quickly. Chiefs disbanded and unfortunately have decided to not keep their spot, so it leaves us with only 7 teams in the league, which means only 3 games per play day. One team misses out, they get the bye. Would you say that might be an advantage heading into this week, Xenox, potentially for Gladiators?
I mean, you're always going to have one side that says it's an advantage and another side that says maybe it's a disadvantage. So I would almost just sort of cut it out as a neutral point. At the end of the day, everyone's going to be in the same situation where they're going to have a week off. So, you know, in this instance, looking at it very quickly, I think it's the Direwolves. Direwolves obviously have the week off today. So, I wouldn't really look too much into it. All the teams are even, in my eyes, when they get that one game off. Yeah, it's a complete non-factor for me. What I will say, though, is, you know, when we looked at those results, and I know you said it's only Playday 1, only week 1 that has sort of transpired. Remembering, we've only got the 7 Playdays. All the teams are only playing 6 games. We kind of alluded to the fact that, you know, it's probably, in terms of regulation losses, 2, 3 max. Like, 3 is the utter max. You are not probably making top 2 with 3 losses. So if you look at a team like Tide, like, they already lost 1. Now you got to go and play Elevate, who are looking indisputably the best team we've ever seen in APAC. You lose this, there's 2. I'd basically put it as simple. If Tide lose tonight, they have to win every single game for the rest of the stage if they're to make top 2. That's the kind of storylines we're going to be going with really this evening and over the next few weeks.
And they've got a bye next week, and then they go up against the Knights. So it really is not going to be an easy start for them whatsoever. Guys, when you're looking at today's matches, is there anything in particular that stands out?
I mean, probably the first one of the night. We finally see GG in action, fresh off the Berlin Major. So will they be hungover or will they be rejuvenated? We'll have to wait and see. Wildcard off with a good start. So to see them go toe-to-toe is going to be entertaining. And then to round out the night, Knights looking for their first win alongside Fury, who managed to push OT in the first week, but will be hungry for some more points as well.
Well, it's time to have a look at how split we are on the desk, figure out where these predictions lie. Me and Xenox, the typical play-by-plays, have gone for, I would say, the off-pick. Would you say it's off-pick, Xenox, or are you backing in wildcard this stage?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably an off-pick when you look at sort of stage 2 and the results that Game and Gladiators had and finishing top 2 and a solid roster that they have become. But I'm just sort of backing in the wildcard hype in the early portions of a stage, as it showed back in stage 2 when they took down the Direwolves in Playday 2, winning 2 in a row and leading at the top of the standings, and it was all about wildcard to start stage 2 for APAC South. So I'm kind of looking a little bit back to the history of what we have in this region with this selection, thinking, all right, they had a really good win in Playday 1, carry that momentum into Playday 2. As for GG, of course, they did not play last week. So, you know, you kind of go back to that premise you said before. Is that an advantage, disadvantage? Well, I'm probably then more so leaning it towards being maybe somewhat of a disadvantage, right? They haven't been able to get that first week under their belt. They're coming into this fresh, but wildcard coming in with momentum. So, yeah, we'll go with the hot pick. Why not? Have a bit of fun with it because, well, the next 2 games, as you see, Rob, are very one-sided.
Yeah, well, we were talking about that kind of in the green room, Guz. Just obviously Elevate coming in with their form tied, losing against wildcard makes us really doubt that result. But it's probably the one at the end that surprises me the most. I thought surely someone might go for the underdog.
Yeah, I guess we all have faith that Knights had a slightly off night and were bested by a really strong Elevate. I would say that in terms of a confidence percentage heading into that match, it's not 100% like our distribution between ourselves would perhaps infer. Probably sitting more at like a 75-80% for the Knights to get that done in regulation.
Yep, well, I guess that's that just is the way it is. Xenox, at the end of the day, you know, with only 3 games, it's crunch time for all of these teams. It's crunch time for, you know, really the bigger names. And I think really we've kind of cemented our discussion about who's first, but then it's that fight for second. You know, maybe I'm jumping the gun, but Elevate's performance last week was too convincing.
Yeah, and that's something to keep in mind, I guess, with the Knights as well. It's very easy to look at the scoreline and only the scoreline and say, oh, well, you know, Fury have a chance here. But I think Elevate were just so far and away better. It had more to say about Elevate than it actually did for the Knights. So, you know, like sort of Guz was alluded to, I think, yeah, 70-80% in that. But yeah, look, ultimately, Elevate probably that 1 slot. I'd be very surprised if they don't complete this campaign in that #1 position. So it's a matter of who's going to get second place. Right now, though, I think that's actually pretty open. I generally believe that there's actually just about almost every team that's still capable of really getting that second place, not because of points, but just more so of their ability as a team. So it's a very even competition here in APAC South. Always has been, generally speaking. So I still think it's up for anyone. But you've got to win your games. You've got to win them early. You can't get those regulation losses, you know, piling up. Otherwise, it's going to look very unlikely.
Certainly will, but it's time to turn our attention to the first matchup of the night, and a big one at that. Game and Gladiators, this is the first time we're going to be seeing them guys hit our screens for Stage 3. Exciting, I guess, at the prospect of what they could do. Can they back up Stage 2? Are Wildcard going to continue their form from Playday 1? A lot of storylines coming into this, but probably want to hone in on Gladiators and talk about them first, give them the limelight, because this is a team that really has just shocked us from really the get-go.
Yeah, really solid second stage from GG, taking down the Knights in the final Playday to get a spot at Berlin. In terms of their performance overseas, it was okay. They finished last in their group. They got a single OT win. That was against Oxygen, a narrow 8-7. Outside of that, they actually did push OT on a couple more games, so they weren't completely uncompetitive overseas. And of course, our hopes and aspirations as APAC South fans is that they've gone overseas, they've done a proper scrim schedule, they've learnt a lot, they've adapted to other regions, and then they can bring that back. We saw that from Elevate over the course of their entire careers, really over the last sort of 24 months, but especially off the back of Berlin in Playday 1 here of Stage 3. They were really strong. GG will be hopeful that they can replicate that. Other big news for them as well is that they have a new acquisition onto the roster. Titan has jumped across from Team Secret in the EUL. to now analyze for the roster. I don't think it's been a particularly long tenure so far, so how much of an impact he's had is unknown at this stage, but good to see that they've got additional support behind the scenes so they can be more competitive.
And a team that's kind of broken through and being competitive in their own right. And I guess with expectations up in the air at the moment, Xenox Wildcard on the other side of the coin, you know, you've spoken about them time and time again. A team that have displayed, I would say, strong starts and then very inconsistent mid to late stages. Are we expecting them to tidy things up here? You know, we've got 2 big roster changes on this team.
Yeah, massive changes, obviously. And look, honestly, maybe in the end, really good changes to reinvigorate this roster. When I first saw the changes, you know, Bouncing and 2 Armed coming in, and I looked at it, it was almost like an amalgamation of a rank stack. If you were to go back 12 to 16 months ago in Oceanic Siege and looked at that roster, you'd be thinking, what has gone on to get to a point where Cairo, Vinny, Tuhan, and Bouncer are all on the same team? But, you know, now that I've actually seen them play in Playday 1 and think about the possibilities moving forward, and you still got OJ, of course, as well. It's actually not that bad. They've got a lot of firepower. They can go in, have some fun. There's no expectations on this roster, on this team. And we saw, obviously, in Playday 1, it just looked a little bit more aggressive, creative as well, actually, I would say. Whereas I think in the past, the old wildcard roster stagnated a little bit, if I was to sort of put it bluntly. And they just started to run out of ideas as to how they really wanted to play and move forward. And I think this has maybe reinvigorated this roster. Still, as I said before, it's all about consistency, though. Wildcard can sometimes start really well as a team. And when I say wildcard, I guess at this point, it's, you know, OJ, Vinny, who have been there the longest, and then Cairo as well from last stage. So it's a big test for them. It's a big game. GG are a very, very solid team. Went to the major. Yeah, they went out in group stage, but so much experience to have been gained from that. You didn't really get to see them play, obviously, in Playday 1, so you have only really got the major to go back and look at. It's a really massive game. If Wildcard win this, their chances of actually finishing top 2 look very, very good from here on out. So it's as big as it really comes. For GG, it's their first game. They could theoretically drop it, and it's not the end of the world. But if they do lose this and Wildcard go on and have a good stage, that might be the second spot sewn up. So it's a big game for both teams.
Well, it's tempered expectations for Gladiators, whereas for Wildcard, guys, you know, how are you reading this roster? Are you excited about the move? Obviously, Pat and Milo, 2 long-standing members for Wildcard, completely, you know, dropping from the roster altogether. You know, are you excited with the pickups that they've had? Do you think that this is going to be a good change?
Well, I think it was pretty clear from stage 2 that Wildcard needed to make changes. Time will tell whether these were the right ones. Obviously, it's a big jump for them to be going from right down near the bottom all the way up into the top 2 in such an ultra-competitive and condensed league. So even in this third stage, you might not have a great read as to how good this roster really is and if they'll continue forward. But I am excited to answer your question. I think there's some big names on this team that can do damage. Whether or not they can work together, because Siege is such a fundamentally team-based game, is a whole different story. We've seen time and time again good players on a team not produce team results, and I hope that Wildcard don't fall into that trope.
Well, it's time to have a look at the map Veto to decide which map we're going to be going for. I think that, well, Bank off actually kind of surprises me. I thought that maybe that would kind of stick a bit later into the map pool, but regardless, we are going to end on Oregon, Xenox. What do you make of this one?
Yeah, a little bit intriguing. I think it probably ends up being somewhat of a neutral ground when you kind of look at some of the bands that have gone out here. One that actually stands out as somewhat of a surprise was Border getting all the way down to the final 2 maps. A pretty good map for Gaming Gladiators, as per the old Death Martyr match tracker. Undefeated, to be exact. So to even get to that point was a little bit odd, but maybe part of Wildcard's plan, knowing ultimately that they had the final say between the last 2 maps, but to even allow Border to get there was a little bit strange. So then you kind of look back and think, well, why have they banned out Skyscraper? Why have they banned out Theme Park, for example? And the answer is they just literally haven't played them. So that in itself highlights to me maybe a lack of map pool for Wildcard, and that then in itself is not something that's ideal moving forward. That if you are insta-banning 2 maps based on yourselves, it's a little bit harder to then go into the opposing team and ban away some of their maps. So by pretty much insta-banning Skyscraper Theme Park every time, you're only ending up with the one ban that you maybe can target, which was Clubhouse. Clubhouse being a map that's completely undefeated for Gaming Gladiators, and then Border. So it's almost like 2 bans for Wildcard's sake, 2 bans then against their opposing team. They get left with a neutral map. It's not too bad then for Wildcard.
Would we say that this is going to be even territory, Guz? Are you confident that this will go the distance, or do you think one probably edges out more than the other?
I think the stats suggest that it should be relatively even historically. That said, I actually don't mind Game of Gladiators' recent form here on Oregon, and I'm looking at that Berlin Major specifically, where they played it a couple of times, both in fact against the Wolves. Now, they didn't win either one, but they pushed them both to overtime, and in an international BO1 format, that's not too bloody bad for a first-time appearance. So I think GG have played out the veto relatively well. Both teams clearly quite defensive on their approach, and being the fact that they're easily taking out their opponent's best map, so not wanting to challenge them there. And yeah, ultimately pretty neutral, but GG, obviously with a bit more recent form and international experience, should edge out.
Venox, you back that? You kind of give them the edge in this?
Yeah, look, I mean, I can't disagree with Guz. I think he actually brings up very valid points. And, you know, when I would say look at the predictions for this game, I probably view it as like maybe 65-35 in favor of GG. I'm just kind of backing in the 35. I still think this is very much winnable for Wildcard. I don't think Oregon's a bad map for them. You know, statistically, they've played it a couple of times and they've got some pretty decent percentages on it in comparison as well to GG. So, look, I think had this been a map that favored GG, I would have just gone full-on Game of Gladiators. Had this been a map, obviously, that favored Wildcard, it may have been pretty 50-50. I think this is just slightly favoring Game of Gladiators on Oregon. Winnable for both teams, and it would be a very big statement if Wildcard do win this game, and would be a pretty bad way for the Gladiators to begin their campaign here for APAC South Stage 3. So, as I said, and really do want to reiterate, this is a big game. It may seem like just a best of one on Playday 2, but for our league, for APAC South, with the way that you qualify for the major, this is huge. This is like a playoff game. You lose this, you may lose a spot to the major. It's pretty simple. So for me, you have to be treating this like it's a playoff game for both teams.
And Guz, you know, like I mean, we've got a foot in the door for Gladiators, right? We've kind of talked about their prior performances leading into this map, and I think really the big part for Wildcard at the moment is the fact that it's a fresh roster, is the fact that there are still many unknowns when it comes to, you know, what is now this all-Australian team. I want to kind of poke and probe you a little bit on this one, but when it comes to Wildcard picking up Bouncin and Tuhan on a map like Oregon, does that potentially cause a bit of chaos for a team like Gaming?
Yeah, potentially, right? You would expect those players to bring in... I think it's a bit harsh to say a pug style because they have, at this point, quite a bit of comp experience, but I think it would be a slightly looser variant to what GG would otherwise be ready for. But again, that sort of links back to the previous point that I brought up. GG played an EUL team, pushed them to OT a couple of times in an international stage. So again, I can't remember every part of those matches, but I would anticipate that comparatively to APAC South, it would have been a little bit more structured. So if Wildcard can throw that spanner in the works, getting the heads of GG early, that could be their win condition for this game. I think if GG take the game by the horns really early and Wildcard gets shut out, that's where we've seen over the last 12 months they really struggled to get back into games once they've lost that grip. So it's up to Wildcard to set the pace, determine how this match is going to be played. If they manage that, then they can find success.
Xenox, one of the big personalities of Wildcard back in the day used to be, you know, the whole discussion of a methodical team. Do you think the likes of Vinny, Cairo, and OJ can still hold that mantle? Do you think that they still, you know, kind of hold on to the spirits of their past?
I don't think they want to, though. I mean, whether they do or not is obviously debatable, and do we have the answer for that? Probably not. It's too early, right? We've only seen the one Playday, and that one Playday probably suggesting that a lot of that sort of methodical approach maybe is out the window a bit. And I think, as I said, rightfully so. I think you almost want to sort of keep up with the notion that we need to be playing as an aggressive team. We want to be swinging. We want to be finding kills early. You can't be playing that 20-second meta these days. So I think that generally when you kind of look at the roster, play to the strengths. You don't have to play to even the meta. You don't even have to play to the way that the team used to play. Just play to your strengths. You got guys like Cairo, Bouncin, and I think even for Vinny, when he's playing at his best, he's aggressive, right? He's in there in the face of the opposition. So that's the way that they need to play. And I think that can then give them results and success locally. Would it hold up internationally? The answer to that, probably not. But just getting there then allows you to learn and grow from that situation.
Well, that's just it. I guess this is going to be the very first time we kind of see the foot from Gaming Gladiators after being in that international experience, you know, that exposure that they took from overseas. Do we expect anything to change, guys, from their playstyle? I mean, the conversation right now, you know, that Xenox is kind of poaching is the fact that, you know, we play internationally and you definitely play at a different level. You play at a structured level that we don't potentially see so much in APAC. But coming back, do you think you kind of, I wouldn't say divulge into chaos a little bit, but are you very conscious of that? Do you think that they will be expecting wildcard on that level of more of that pug style?
It really depends. I think the notion and the preparation for Siege generally in the last couple of years really has transitioned away from hard counter-stratting opponent. It's a lot about focusing internally and instead adapting to opponents on the fly. So GG heading into this may anticipate that style from wildcard. The question will be whether or not they identify it early enough and have counters ready to go in place. That's where they're really going to be tested. Again, the other discussion point is Titan jumping onto the roster. He, of course, is probably going to have some influence as to how they play this team. Being in the EUL for several years, he's going to have a very, very different approach to the game than GG would. I would anticipate just fundamentally the way in which they approach the game is going to be different. So we'll see whether or not that has much of a bearing and an influence on this match. Again, those changes are going to happen over time. And the thing for GG to remember is they finished in the top 2 last stage. Do they really need to change much heading into the 3rd stage? The game, frankly, fundamentally hasn't changed heaps and isn't going to detract much from the playstyle that GG had success in for stage 2. So it's all about just having belief in their playstyle that got them through that stage. If wildcard throw spanner in the works, they'll be ready for it, or they should be ready for it, and then they need to find ways to counter it.
Well, we've certainly already seen the influence that outside bodies can have on the APAC area. Obviously, last week with Elevate, we heard, you know, how much of an influence Laxing's had. So there could well be quite an opportunity here for Gaming Gladiators. It is their very first game of Stage 3 for 2022. But we are going to be ready with our wonderful casters, Dev and Mandy, or as we like to call them, Bandy.
Thanks so much, Rob. I'm feeling fine and dandy. And hey, Mandy, it has been a while since we've seen the Gladiators. They've been on a bit of a hiatus with the bye in week 1 since the major. You feeling keen to finally see them get back on that horse?
I absolutely am. These guys have impressed us since the beginning of this year. They just haven't stopped. The improvement has been tremendous. And now they're back and better for Stage 3.
Yeah, and of course, with that new analyst as well, Titan having a lot of experience from EUL, from playing the incredibly competitive region that is Europe through 6 Invitational qualifiers. Secret made it a very deep run there, 2 years in a row, and now he's bringing that into the APAC region. Do you feel like, as Rob has conjectured, it's going to be quite a significant impact on what Gladiators is capable of?
I think it absolutely is, because not only have Gladiators just gone off and done a major, they're coming back with international experience. It changes that outlook on the game completely, and being open to working with someone from across the globe, getting their insight, learning how different regions approach the game is something that will propel this team into a consistently international team. I think it's exactly what they need, just like Elevate.
Yeah, and what's more for Gladiators as well, they're going to Oregon here against Wildcard, and as we get into the game, anyone who watched that Berlin Major may well remember how strong the Gladiators were on this very map. They took the Wolves from Europe to overtime twice. That's the #1 team from Stage 2 in Europe. Unfortunately, Gladiators were not able to make the playoffs, and they will look to return to the November Major if they can have a strong performance here in Stage 2.
Going straight here into Oregon, of course, the Gaming Gladiators, like you alluded to, they are particularly good at this map, but so are Wildcard. First ban to come out, of course, from the side of Gaming Gladiators, and it will be Thatcher, of course, taken off the board.
Nice.
So far, Mavericks still left in, nothing too exciting thus far.
We've talked a lot about Gladiators. We haven't talked a huge amount about Wildcard. The guys on the desk mentioned that this team has seen quite a few roster changes from Stage 2. Now, Wildcard actually ended up the previous stage in last place. A team with a lot of promise. They'd made some big roster changes. They'd brought on a huge player, Cairo, and everyone's seen what he's capable of as such a prominent fragger. But, of course, now with even further roster changes, I feel a bit uncertain. Like, yeah, they won their game in week 1, but we're going to see the classic Wildcard fizzle out after a couple of weeks.
That would make me very upset, Dev. I'll tell you that. Wildcard, they always give us a glimmer of hope, especially us from Oz, and then they take it away from us. throughout the stage. And so I really hope that coming back into stage 3, they are back and they are better for sure with this new rejuvenated roster. They look like a very exciting team to be together as a 5 from OS, and I just can't wait to see what they can bring in the stage.
Bouncin is a big hitter, but to my immense frustration, he has retained his in-game name as Monster Balls. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, I'm lying. I know exactly how I feel about that.
Okay.
It's so frustrating. I want to call him Bouncin, but it doesn't say Bouncin in game. So, Mandy, do I call him Monster? Do I call him Monster Balls? Do I call him Bounce? Where do I sit here?
Well, look, Dev, I'll admit to you, okay, for those that have been following on the Twitters, Bouncin was very upset that he didn't get called Monster Balls last Playday on stream. And while he still got the name, I did promise that I'd commit to it at least a round, all right? So we'll bring it out on the broadcast for just 1 round to make the man's happy, all right? Got to do it.
Does that mean I have to do it in all the big play-by-play moments as well? Like,
I think it'll be hilarious if you did.
Right,
I reckon you
how
should
about
do it.
this?
We commit.
I will commit for the whole cast. This whole cast.
Whole
and then,
cast.
Yeah, whole cast. No more Bouncin, you know? None of that. It's all Monster Balls from here on out. The problem is I can't really shorten it to Monster because that just doesn't seem right. He's not.
No, it doesn't quite.
Oh, well, we'll see how that mouthful goes as we continue the cast. The other new guy on this roster is Tuhan, formerly from Ground Zero, OS Nationals team. Quite a big name. Locally, he's developed quite a reputation for being a bit of a ranked star, a bit of a demon in the champ stacks, and quite a coveted player in terms of fragging ability as well.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that one. Tuhan, he came from Ground Zero. I feel like when he was on that roster, they didn't quite enable him to his fullest potential. But I think coming into this wildcard roster, who have been in the competitive scene for a while, have that experience, he can find his place in this roster. At least that's what I want to believe in. And every time we jump into the lobby, this guy, all of the players are talking about him every single time. Even on Twitter, Game Gladiators were replying to him saying, if you play like how you do in Ranked, this game should be easy dubs, because this guy is an absolute beast on the fragging.
Yeah, but one thing that I wonder with Wildcard is they removed Pat. He's taken a seat on the bench or coaching. I don't know exactly. Perhaps you have a better idea. I know you went to the same uni as Pat, didn't you?
Yeah, that is a bit of a secret. IRL secret. There you go.
Sorry about that. But there you go. So we've lost a support player on this team and brought on 2 high-level fraggers. Is that going to change the dynamic much?
I think that does change the dynamic quite a little bit, especially taking away an in-game leader. But if anything, I feel like Wildcard have already got quite a vocal roster. In total, you've got OJ, who's a great IGL as well. Vinny, who's got his own ideas. Cairo has always been commented on as someone who's also great in the IGLing, especially in the late round. And so I feel like Wildcard have voices aplenty. It's not really what they need right now. They just need flexible players that are willing to learn things and have a lot of tools up their arsenal.
Good. Well, they certainly have some very flexible and up-and-coming high-potential players here with Tuhan and Monster Balls. There you go. I said it. You're going to get a lot more of those before the end of the game.
It begins.
It is Gladiators starting on the basement now. We didn't fully dive into the operator bans before, the Thatcher you mentioned, but I'm really looking at Wildcard's 2 bans as the unusual ones here, Sledge and Mute.
Yeah, these are a little odd. It also leaves quite a lot in. You still have your Azami that's been left in, although not played here. Mira as well. That makes this defense much more harder to, I suppose, attack and make their way into. But already off the bat, Cairo making an entry straight into the top floor wildcard, wasting absolutely no time.
Oh, and there you go. He's wasted no breath either and quickly taken down the first GG player. Toven gone down. Really nice early pick, and this is exactly what Xenox was wondering on the desk. Will Wildcard still have that slow, methodical playstyle, or will they get there and find those early picks?
Making their way into this ground floor now, just setting up some drones, most of the Wildcard players, making sure they've got their flanks covered for now, not giving away this early lead, as Joe seems ready to trick the hatch from below, anticipating that Wildcard entry from OJ will come in. Start using those X-Kairos, opening up the hatches, making their game plan for the late game.
Late game is going to be quite difficult executing onto the basement bomb side of Oregon when there is a mirror on the board. Looks like the next step to try and deal with this meeting hatch. Now the Electric Claw from Kaid's going to make that a bit difficult. Ooh, the first EMP actually misses.
Uh-oh. That's not looking too good. Kara, though, he's still got one more in his pocket, and so it's not all over just yet. Just trying to coordinate this timing right with OJ, but Joe, he's actually picked up that Electric Claw back into his pocket. He's ready to go again.
This is really cheeky. I love this from Gladiators. I think they might have successfully tricked one set of X-Karas. There they have.
Oh, no.
This I do not think is going to detonate. Look at that. What a beautiful play from GG.
Wow. And goodness, that locks out the backside of this map completely as well. Typically, E-Box is one of those mission-critical hatches that you need if you want to pressure out the back because it's such a hard power position to clear otherwise. And instead, we can see most of the wildcard players aside from Tuhan rotating over to this front side. OJ with the diffuser as well, but only 30 seconds left.
But Kara's found a second on the round as well. Wildcard might have been stalled out by that troublesome hatch, but they might be able to get away with it here if they can go nuts in the fragging of the late round. Joe taking an advanced position. He doesn't have control of Freezer, but he takes down OJ. What a great headshot. That's the diffuser. Cold on the ground, and GG spring into action. They're not losing a single player in this execute. Wildcard need to go big, but Monster Balls can't find the shots that is needed. Finally taking one down, but the time is the enemy. And GG can take the first round.
I really cannot take this game seriously. I'm going to spend the entire time laughing every time you play-by-play and you call Monster Ball. Oh, that is incredible. I can't believe you got through that one. Wildcard, though, they made such a great entry into the building. They had plenty of time to make that mid-round work, but it was really in the hands of Joe playing that Batilia Claw trick onto that back hatch, closed off one of the entries in for Wildcard. It shut out half of their plan going into the late game, and as a result, they had to funnel down inside of Laundry, down Freezer as well, and it was just all over from there. Game Gladiators, they sat tight and played the crossfires and eventually closed out the round.
There you go. The power of Mirror and the power of playing off those executes when there's not a lot of time. Makes me wonder whether the tricking of that hatch with the Electric Claws was one of the reasons you could attribute that round win. Was it that little cheeky play that stalled so much time from Wildcard that they were unable to execute?
I would have to agree with you on that one. I think Wildcard, they clearly had a plan going into the backside of the map. They even relocated 2 or 3 players there to go for that execute, but they couldn't make it work in the end because that hatch was closed. And funneling down through that double doorway is always going to be pretty tricky. But now, Game Gladiators, they'll take us up to this top floor bomb site instead. Hopefully this one's a little bit easier to attack for Wildcard because the last one sure was difficult.
Well, one thing we can say for Wildcard, they have some X-Factor operators. We've got Nook, Amaru, Lion, and Ying. All operators which can throw a bit of spanner in the works for the defenders. Particularly that Ying I'm looking at that wasn't present last round. Wildcard might be able to overwhelm the bomb site with a hard hit, using that in conjunction with an E1D from the Lion. Perhaps with Amaru coming up a hatch, or perhaps even the kids' dorms windows. A lot of options here for Wildcard.
So far, so good for Wildcard. They've made their way into the building safely. No one point of entry. All the Wildcard players are dispersed around the map, looking to try and choke out any of these roamers on the ground floor. We've got 1 in the basement. We've got 2 in the ground floor, in fact. So Wildcard having a pretty good read on the Gaming Gladiators defense thus far.
Except for Ape, who has been swung by Bouncing, I guess, or Monster Balls, as I should correctly name him. There you go, another opening pick, 2 rounds in a row for Wildcard. An attempted refrag with the Yana clone, but it does not work out. Joe's done some damage here in Kitchen and is still raining terror as he gets a bit more onto Tui. Feeling the pressure, not flashed out, but Wildcard have been baited into this position, and now they'll have to go for broke and push the site.
Oh, but look at this. They're already at the top of White Stairs. They have any idea Hoven. He's able to get the prone peek onto Cairo, now leaving Wildcard at the man disadvantage. 2 on 4 left now in the hands of Game Gladiators.
It's gone from good to bad for Wildcard, but there might be a chance at redemption here. Tui down below. He's going to have to show his mettle here. Pushes up the white stairs, goes straight into sight as well. His position likely revealed by the telltale sound of the Banshee, but Rix can swing it. OJ on for the trade, but it's now a 1v2. He needs to get into this site as soon as possible. Take the two 1v1s. Joe and Tolji holding a very nice crossfire. Put some pressure now onto OJ. He's going for the first pick, and it's a good play from Tolji. The fade away. And GG can win 2 defenses in a row.
GG, even though the wildcard attack was pretty sparse, it was surprising to them. They came from all different directions. There was no single point of entry that was very clear on the side of the defense, but they dealt with it perfectly. They stayed composed even when wildcard changed their approach and pivoted to try go for that top floor attack, rush through white. They didn't panic Hoven. He was there on the cover. It all fell through perfectly for the Gaming Gladiators. Me, I actually don't mind what wildcard were able to do that. I liked that as soon as they started to cause some chaos in that ground floor, they realized, okay, we might be able to catch off Gaming Gladiators here. Let's change our pace, walk up the white stairs, and go for that execute. Even though it didn't work out, I like the concept from wildcard. I feel like that's a philosophy that we haven't seen them play just yet throughout this entire year, and I feel like if they get good at this, it can really put the medal to some of these APAC South teams.
Got to fight fire with fire sometimes, and APAC South teams love to play pretty aggressively. It's nice to see wildcard having that bit of flourish in their new identity, their new team identity. That said, it hasn't netted them around as of yet. That's 2 swings and 2 misses for wildcard. But here's where the back breaks for GG. Can they take a tertiary site defense win? It would be huge. They'd be likely coming away with this half as a 4-2 or 5-1 if they could nail through this round.
Not just that, Dev, but can wildcard take away this attack round for themselves? In theory, this is the one that they get, right? This is the one where GG are on a site that's less comfortable to them. It's their third site, however you want to put it. It's really on the onus of wildcard to be able to pick up this round. Now, starting out their attack on this east side of the building, immediately putting the pressure onto meeting. A Selma charge being covered by that smoke canister does allow it to go off, and that's already a point of pressure that the Gaming Gladiators now have to worry about.
And once again, wildcard looking like they have a really clear idea of what they want to achieve in this early round. They don't hesitate. They're very proactive. And I love that because it's not something we used to see from wildcard. They used to be a lot slower of a team. That said, the mid-round needs to keep that pace. Otherwise, they might end up in yet another position where they have to funnel through choke points in the late round.
So here we've got OJ. He's located himself in Big Tower with the diffuser. So it would indicate to us that wildcard, they are looking for this back take. Meanwhile, we have the rest of the wildcard players situated around the other sides of the map on the ground floor, ready to play the cutoffs for when that Gaming Gladiators retake starts to come through. We've even got Tuhan in the top floor, anticipating someone to try and retake Attic. It's all coming together here for wildcard.
Still on a 5v5 though. And GG have done a good job of keeping this pressure at bay. I like the way that the Azami Kiba barriers from Joe have plugged up these breaches that wildcard have made on the back of meeting. But as soon as those Kiba barriers have been dispatched, there's gaping holes in both sides of meeting and 2 players from GG in there that will be vulnerable.
Not only that, but OJ's actually relocated the diffuser now. He's taken it inside of a garage, looking for that meeting execute instead, but Tuhan actually loses out on that top floor fight, and now wildcard left stagnated. We're at a bit of an impasse.
Remains to be seen how much damage that pick will mean. What is the play from wildcard?
This is rough for Cairo. He's just been taken out by smoke canister, trying to look for an in onto the bomb site, a pick, anything that he can find, but shut down by Hoven.
No. It's just fallen to pieces now. Ape, amidst the chaos, has managed to go for a flank. Tolji almost does the same, but shut down. A chance here for wildcard, but it slowly fades away as Ape doubles down, taking down Vinny. It's all on Monster Balls once again, but in the 1v3, this is not going to happen, and that's Gladiators for 3 rounds straight.
Wildcard, in my opinion, just giving a little bit too much respect to the Gaming Gladiators in that last round. It felt like they had a really good grip on the round. Once again, like you said, getting in nice and early, establishing their control into the map. But as soon as they get to that mid-rounds, they don't find the right timing onto Gaming Gladiators to be able to make that execute work. And by the time they do go for it, the Gaming Gladiators players have already relocated and they're ready for the next step to come through. And it's happened 3 rounds in a row now for Wildcard. They'll have to change up something with this tactical timeout that they're taking right now.
What is the play here for Wildcard? It's been so close, but no cigar for 2 rounds now, 3 rounds now. Every single time they start it strong, they get proactive in the early round, but throughout the mid-round, things start to falter. Feels like there's a lot of talking going on during these rounds, and then just before they're ready to pounce, Gladiators get a better idea and start to push back against them. What is that card background that Joe's got on the Caillou? That is sick. Is that part of the new battle pass? Sorry.
Ooh.
Never mind. Sorry, I just have operator card fever right here.
Game Gladiators, they can go back down to their basement bomb site. Sorry, you getting excited over player cards?
Really,
this is important. This is important.
Okay. I'll let you take this. Probably takes precedence over my fixation with operator cards.
Oh dear, poor Dev. Game Gladiators, they can go back down to that basement, once again bringing along the mirror, holding on to these anchor positions for as long as possible, enabling them to hold on to that ground floor. Meanwhile, Wildcard, they don't want to change up their philosophy too much. Now, last time we saw them bring up the Hibana, it didn't work in tandem with the EMPs, so now they're just going to bring along the Maverick instead. Play it safe. You 100% know that you can Maverick trick that hatch. I like that from Wildcard.
Yeah, it's a cheeky idea there. There is also some extra hard breach, some secondary hard breach on the Amaro from Monster Balls. And so there are some options here. It does make me wonder, is that going to be enough to make the difference this round?
I have to imagine that it does. They've added a bit of redundancy into their strategy by bringing along both tin can openers, as I like to call them, the hard breach charge, as well as the Maverick torches. It feels like a foolproof plan through the mid-round, but of course, if all falls apart in the entry, then we'll have to see if they can really make it work.
Early E1D, putting a little bit pressure on these roamers. Hubbin was taken out prematurely by Cairo, previously defending this site. It looks like everyone from GG is now fallen back to this basement floor, not looking to overextend. They know that they have the advantage in the late round. They don't need to waste too much in this early round, because when it comes to that execute, that's where wildcards seem to falter. So make sure you have enough players at that point to maintain your crossfires and strong defense positions.
And there we go, the first hard breach charge going on that meeting hatch. That electric claw seemingly too late to be able to trick that one this time, and now Wildcard, they have the in that they didn't have the previous time that they attacked this.
And I'm pretty sure I just heard a mirror opening. Was that the Twitch drone? 99% sure one of these mirrors was just opened. There you go, It is the freezer one. Wow, and also the Vulcan canister from Goyo has been taken out as well. This is really nice work on the util clear from Wildcard.
And now forcing the Game Gladiators as well to fall back into their shells, having to re-off the other side of Freezer instead. Now Wildcard can start to drone out the site, look for the usual suspects of anchors, and try and figure out how they're going to flood into it with that E-box hatch now enabled in their hands.
Ooh, there's a drop from Cairo, and he just goes straight for it! It's a double! And GG are falling apart! Wildcard, on the back of their tactical timeout, have made a stroke of genius. It surely is not a flawless round for the Aussies. A great way to show that they are still in this game.
And what just such a fantastic clear from Wildcard as well. They made full use of that estate that they were given on the top 2 floors of the map, open up those hatches early. They had redundancy in their plan as well, and as soon as they were able to go for it, those drones, they came out, they confirmed all the positions, and Wildcard went, nah, we're not waiting, we know where they are right now, let's go right now. And Cairo making that entry was exactly what Wildcard needed to close out that late round.
Attackers need to locate and
Beautiful, packing a serious punch was that attack from Wildcard. So many things went right from them. I love the flex onto the Twitch pick. I love just using the tin can opener, as you call it, to open that hatch, seeing that the electric claw wasn't on it yet. My guess from the defense from Joe was that he was thinking, oh, well, we'll hear the X-Kairos from Hibana go on the hatch, and then we can trick it, throw the claw down. But Wildcard saw an opportunity, and they took it, and that was the story of that round, wasn't it? Is that going to continue here? Is there a real possibility of Wildcard coming away with an even scoreline going into their defense?
I'd have to agree with you on that one, Dev, for sure. That time, Wildcard, as soon as they had that intel going into the site, they didn't loiter around like they have in the previous rounds. They didn't wait around and say, okay, guys, are we ready? 3, 2, 1. Cairo just went, all right, I know where all 5 players are now because we just drone out the site. I'm going now. I'm not waiting for Gaming Gladiators players to relocate. And that's exactly what Wildcard needed. It was such a big difference between that last round and all the previous ones. It's about translating it now into these future rounds that are just about to happen now, taking us up to this top floor are the Gaming Gladiators and Wildcard. Can they make it work twice?
It's a good question. That said, Gladiators, they're going to this top floor because they know that they won it last time, right? They know that some things went wrong with their defense on the basement, so just go back to the site that was tried and true. Question is, will they be able to replicate their success? Wildcard seemed to tunnel vision on Joe's position last time around, and he was taken for granted, I think. He managed to do far more damage than it was worth for Wildcard, but it looks like they are considering clearing him with Cairo in dining already.
I would say they're considering clearing him, but not with too much resource. They're still committing some of this hard breach into this tower, as well as some pressure going into master bedroom. It's just Cairo, the lone man, down in this ground floor. We're not seeing this 3-way push that Wildcard attempted beforehand. They're putting more pressure onto the bomb site instead. That being said,
God,
oh no, OJ! He's just been taken down, Alpe!
Yeah, okay, so Up has just decided to go for a flank up the big tower and taking down 2 players amidst the mayhem. GG capitalized with yet another. What a fantastic play from the Gladiators on. Vinny's frustration can be felt as he tries to clear that Aruni gate. Surely this is round over for Wildcard.
Oh no, Dev, it's all falling apart. We were giving them so much credit as well for that last round. We said, oh, that was amazing. They've got it figured out. This round, dying to a flank, coming up the back stairs. The flank watch just wasn't there for Wildcard, and Ape able to clean up too. It's not looking too good.
Well, a belated trade from Tuhan. Making good use of those grenades that are so hard to come by in this current meta, especially with the sledge band. Vinny and Tui to try and finish the job now. It's a 2v4. Joe's low. And Tuhan's got a good advanced position. That said, good swing from Rix will make this a hell of a lot harder now for Vinny, and it's basically impossible. He's got time to work with, but not much else. And walking into a 4-way crossfire is never going to treat you too well. So Gladiators are indeed back on that horse without too much of a sweat.
Oh dear, and Wildcard. What a simple mistake that cost them the round there. Just the flank watch on one set of stairs as well completely takes apart the entire back push, and Cairo's entry through that ground floor was not able to get that refrag. Just nothing worked out for them in that early round, and as a result, Gaming Gladiators, they take another round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
And now they're going back downstairs as well. I think they might have an inkling on what to do about the Twitch and the tin can openers from the Amaru that proved to be too difficult to handle last time around. I gotta say, I would probably back in GG here. I got a feeling that on the second attempt, they're gonna be more wary of the counters that Wildcard brought to the table.
Yeah, and Game Gladiators, they haven't even brought the kite along this time as well. They're not even going to look to trick the hatches. They're just saying, all right, okay, Wildcard, they're going to get these hatches open eventually. We'll forfeit that. They know how to deal with that now. Let's just commit more resources to this late round execute instead. They've brought along the Wamai as well as the Jaeger, making sure that no grenades, flashbangs, those Yunkandelas are going to be collected up before that they can be detonated onto any anchor positions. And I don't mind that from Game Gladiators. Not a bad adaptation.
But I do want to keep an eye on the Twitch this round. As soon as Tui's on those Twitch drones and hunting down those mirror windows, curious to know whether he's going to be able to pop it again, because Gaiman obviously going to be hyper aware of that and really cautious.
Oven will be the first point of contest, though, for the Gaming Gladiators. All of the wildcard players have indeed entered through this ground floor rather than looking for the top floor. And as a result, the two roamers on the top floor actually are just taking a little bit of damage, as well as Hoven.
Oh, he's
Two engagements simultaneously. Oh, he's left on such little HP as well.
Oh, wallbang from Cairo. He doesn't know it, but he's got the down. Joe tempted to try and at least refrag his teammate, but he realized it's not going to happen. So a good early pick from Wildcard. Here comes the Twitch drone. It's already spotted out a Banshee. And he's just going to leave it in freezer for now. Might jump back on it. There you go, he does. But here's a flank from APAC.
Oh no.
Oh, he heard the footsteps
no!
around the corner. And he goes for that swing. GG. They once again have the last laugh.
And GG are just such, they're so good at this, aren't they? They are so good at finding the timing on these APAC South teams, knowing exactly when Wildcard are going to be on those flank drones, when they're going to be off the drones, just setting things up, wasting their time in the mid-round to get that flank off. And once again, Wildcard falling short to that flank watch.
Back on the Twitch drone now is Tui. Good cross from Monster Balls. Not sure whether Tui managed to clear out that mirror window in freezer, but it looks like Wildcard is making a big rotate here. Both mirrors intact.
I'd have to agree with what Wildcard are trying to do here. They've realized they cannot make an in on this front side of the map anymore. Monster Balls has just gotten a pick in the back. Try and see if we can rotate any players around the backside instead. All the way up into elbow is Monster Balls actually, and so plenty of control in this backside. E-Box hatch going to be opened up nice and easy. No Cade on the board. It's about closing out with this man advantage. They have to make these frags and these trades work.
Bit of time to work with. A rotation towards blue and the rear hatch. Every single Wildcard player pushing from this north side. And okay, the rotation inside of elbow has been opened up, but Monster Balls finds a good pick through the Maverick holes. Well played, but immediately traded back. The high rate of fire works wonders, and now Vinny's taking a very egregious position.
Oh,
Up air
no.
for the flank, surely he could not deny the plant. Tui, he reads it perfectly, and he's going to reattempt here. The C4 from Rix could do enough damage, but he's the last man standing. It is on Vinny to cover now, and he's taken out. Now it's all down to the 1v1. Tuhan, diffuser planted, 9 bullets in the DMR, but Rix is rounding the corner and Tui's there! He does the damage, he clutches the 1v1, and he spearheads Wildcard into the second half.
And thank goodness for that. So many things could have gone wrong in that execute, Deb. I could not believe my eyes for what I was watching. That was turbulent. That was a roller coaster. They went for that execute. They played the trade so well. And then all of a sudden we switched on to Ape going for a flank. And I was like, oh no, it's all over. It's all over. He's just seen the planter. He's just seen the planter. No one has seen him. They managed to trade that out as well. All down to a 1 versus 1 off the back of 1 versus 3. My goodness, Wildcard. Why do you have to play with my heart like this? That was what a turbulent end round that was.
They're keeping our hearts racing at about 180 BPM right now. The person I really feel sorry for is Sky, who's observing this game. Poor guy. You know, I'm telling him, hey, can we watch the Twitch drones? And he's going and showing us all these flanks constantly. And then you've got Ying Candelas and Maverick holes. It's pure undiluted chaos.
What a crazy game this has been. And we're only halfway through as well. It is just swapped onto the other half, Deb. We have plenty more Rainbow Six left to go in this one series, and I'm already feeling pooped out from that last round. My goodness, what a crazy half that was. Wildcard are going to start out their defense on this ground, on the basement floor, but they've completely changed the philosophy from what Gaming Gladiators are doing. They've gone for a full extended roam, aided by the Clash to prevent any blue rushes or anyone trying to hit the site early, as well as Vinny later on with that shotgun, the smoke canisters, bit of late round utility, but for the most part, meeting hatches open, they're looking for a roam, and Gaming Gladiators have to clear it.
But Hubbin's already made his entry into Master upstairs. I can't see any defenders roaming on the top floor at the moment. We can see while the meeting hatch is reinforced, open rather, the attic hatch is reinforced. So it does give Wildcard a little bit of flexibility to play inside of meeting even after they lose attic control, as has just happened with Hoven taking the top floor so quickly.
Still taking their time though, Gaming Gladiators. They haven't made any contact with Wildcard players just yet, but the ever-presence of these rovers is already wasting their time and forcing Game Gladiators to do their due diligence and clear out the map. And Wildcard are actually happy with this time that they have wasted and are instead going to fall back to the site. A minute 40 seconds left, so Game Gladiators, they still do have time in their hands, but some of it has certainly been wasted.
A little bit, but now it's time to get to work opening what hatches have been reinforced by Wildcard, which looks to be just the laundry hatch, in fact. Yeah, there you go. Rix does have a high breach charge, and we've got the Maverick, so that shouldn't be too much trouble. But this is where the real question comes, like, where is the push point for Gladiators? And how are they going to deal with these big obstacles like the Clash? Perhaps using the Capitão's Fire? I wonder.
It's going to be a pretty tough execute for the Game Gladiators. Wildcard have a lot of tools up their arsenal at the moment. Not only do they have the Clash in hand, but it's also in tandem with those Razor Blooms. If they're stuck in a choke point, it could be really awful to execute into if the Game Gladiators leave it too late, as well as a shield that's just been taken out. Smoke canisters are only just going out as well. There's plenty right now in the hands of Wildcard to try and close out this round.
But GG is starting to deal with it piece by piece. Still a nade in pocket as well for Hoven, as well as 2 nades. It's 1 down for APAC. Really, so much utility still available for GG, but there's a lot for them to deal with.
Oh, and this is just so rough as well from OJ. He's peeking onto this freezer angle, and GG have to flood.
A beautiful play from Hoven and from GG together to nade out that Clash, and they start to push on in. Got to be careful there. Joe loses his head. And amidst the chaos, it seems like it could be anyone's game. Wildcard just 2 players up, but GG forcing down that diffuser, and here's Vinny. He can close out the round for Wildcard. The 3K with the shotty, and a beautiful play from the Aussie.
Oh, Wildcard, what a beautiful end round that was. Much more lovely than the last one that we watched from them. Instead, on the defending half, they close it out very clean. They didn't give anything away on the roam. They didn't want to give away their life because they knew they still had the utility in their hands, dedicated around the site to deal with that late round push that Game Gladiators were going for. And just the pressure, the perceived pressure of Wildcard players being there on the ground floor was enough time wasted that the Gaming Gladiators just took a little bit too long to make that execute happen. As a result, Wildcard are able to close out the round. That shotgun is so powerful when there's someone so elusive like Vinny running around with it, running through those smoke canisters, and it was just such a beautiful defense from Wildcard.
Well, 1 step closer to tying up the scoreline here for WC. Also, I like that cheeky use of the exterior camera at the end of prep phase. Oh, sorry, middle of prep phase, I guess. From Wildcard, like, it's not often that you get into your prep phase and you switch onto your cameras, right? But it means that Wildcard can spot some of those outside drones and potentially wallbang them. Never underestimate the power of taking out 1 or 2 prep phase drones.
That is absolutely true, especially in competitive play, right? Where most of the time your drones are so safe that lots of players keep them outside the building unless they're looking for a pre-place. And even then, like, look at where this pre-place drone is inside of T2. You are never going to find that one, are you? So it's always so valuable to take down drones in that early preparation phase.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Oh, Kara's actually going to reinforce off this T2 rotation. What is that ladder play? I've not seen that before. Is that meant to clog up the ladder, or is it meant to prevent the external line of sight from the window?
I would not be able to tell you. I can only imagine it's the line of sight from the window that prevents, that prevents the rotation back. That would make sense, but I suppose they can come in from tower anyway, which is what Karo, I can only imagine, was contesting while he was there. But nevertheless, don't speculate for too long. Gaming Gladiators are in the building now, looking for that tower side. But look at the info that Tui has at the moment on this Master Push. 3 players in Master. He's now just called to his teammates. All right, one of them has just entered. He's boosted on the bed right now. I can tell you that is exactly what is happening in the comms. But is there any Wildcard player to follow up?
I don't believe he'd be vulnerable to a C4 right now. You can see GG playing it fairly safely. The positions being called out, though, nonetheless, by Tuhan. What a Wildcard can better do with this info is my question.
still taking their time, our wildcard, to figure out how they're going to deal with this oncoming push. They know for certain that it's going to be a Master side and Addict side push. And look at that, a C4 from Tuhan to open up the round for wildcard, taking down Joe.
Also an attempt on the run out, timed at the exact same moment from one of the wildcard players trying to use the information that Tui had. But the exterior player was not exposed. Good early pick, though, for wildcard. GG still have made a lot of ground.
Starting to make their way through Attic, and there you go. APAC will be the one to enable GG back into this round now, evening the man count for the Gaming Gladiators. Hoven as well, about to be in a bit of a tussle in the ground floor, but will make his way out instead to safety. Only 40 seconds left, and really, Gaming Gladiators, they're starting to run out of time.
2 players pushing from Attic. Oh no, fatal mistake. Here though is Monster Balls making his own flank, but Rick spots him out and takes him down. Wildcard reply once again 3-on-3, but a good trade here from Tolji making his way in. Both wildcard players to push up from the white stairs. Vinny taken down. Tuhan assessing his options. There's not a lot to be done now. Plant has gone down. The potential of denying it gone. And he walks straight into that crossfire. A good round from Gladiators. They've strung together 5 now, and just one more gets them a point on the scoreboard.
And I like what Game Gladiators were able to achieve there. They realized, okay, wildcard, they've got our number. They figured out what we're trying to do. Let's just send it in on these frags. And APAC was really the one to enable that push coming in through Attic. He used those incandelas to perfection to make that entry work. And as soon as they started to flood into the site, the trades were immediately there for the Gaming Gladiators. They had all of their remaining players, even though wildcard knew where they are, flood in and play those trades. And because the wildcard players were so dispersed throughout the map, there was no room for the wildcard players to trade. Instead, they all to be picked off one by one. And in the end, we saw it come down to a 3-on-1. Poor Tuhan left in that ground floor. So Game Gladiators, well done on the onus. They realized wildcard gave up the site to them, and they just went for it.
The wildcard have also been really consistent with these opening picks. So far of the 8 rounds that have been played, wildcard have got the opening pick in all but 3 of them, so that's 66. I don't know what percentage, whatever. Don't do maths on the broadcast. But the point being, wildcard good at those early picks, and to be fair, they're not often being traded either. That last round, for example, with Tuhan's C4. And yet the scoreline still stands a 2-point lead for Gladiators, only 2 rounds away from closing out with 3 points. So I am a bit concerned for the Aussies. Like, even when they do things right, Gladiators never seem to quit.
And that's exactly the philosophy of that last round, right? They went, okay, wildcard, they kind of know what we're doing now, but we're in too deep, let's just go for it. And they did that exactly, but just by being on the same page and putting that pressure and pace on the wildcard players is enough sometimes. It really is. Not to overcomplicate things too much, but Gaming Gladiators, they have some excellent teamwork, and they always seem to make it work out for them. Now starting to make their way through this ground floor. Of course, going to a tertiary bomb site is what wildcard have opted for. Instead, they're not going to repeat that top floor, trying to throw off the Gaming Gladiators.
But it's difficult to throw off a team that has proven to have grown so much in 2022. GG have taken that experience from the major, from the last 2 stages of APAC South, and of course with their new analyst Titan, to be able to deal with things like this. The curveballs thrown their way, and they haven't delayed any time whatsoever, taking control of Small Tower, Dining, the Showers hallway, starting to put some pressure onto this kitchen bomb site, forcing wildcard to take positions to prevent any sort of plan.
This is a very odd push from the Game Gladiators. It's very claustrophobic so far. We've got all 4 players, bar 1, now pushing in from this Small Tower side. And Rix, I'm not entirely sure what he's trying to achieve with this hard breach charge so far, but it just seems like Gaming Gladiators are really... Oh no, hang on a moment. Hoven, has he realized that he's got someone about to backstab him? Is that Tuhan on the other side?
Behind you!
Turn around!
Behind
Oh,
you! Tuhan! Oh no, he's gonna reveal his position! No! Not like this, Tui! Devastating on the double down! How unfortunate for wildcard! Hoven, we thought he was going to be caught with his pants down, but instead it's the good old Uno reverse card. OJ's done some damage on the site, however, and made it look not so bad for wildcard. A pre-placed C4 if he times this right. Nope, never mind. Joe's gone down as well, so it's a 2-on-2. This is just chaotic.
What on earth has just happened in this round, Dev? We have just watched absolute calamity now left in the 2-on-2 situation. Hoven has decided to go and pick up that diffuser once again, recovering it back into the hands of the Game Gladiators, but there's only 15 seconds left. They have no idea where these wildcard players are. It's all over.
OJ, loses his head.
Oh no.
Now it could be Cairo. He could make it work, pushing on in. There's good information here for Wildcard, I believe on the back of a bulletproof camera, but GG are gonna get this plant down. It is on to Cairo himself, the young gunner, to show what he is truly made of. Flashed out, now to isolate the two 1v1s, doubles back, goes to meeting, reveals his position with a pre-fire, can't land the shots that he needs, but eventually he does! On for the backstab, Tolji catches him out on the rotation, and Game and Gladiators head to match point.
I don't even know if I'm worthy to dissect that round, Dev. That was a...
They're going
chaos.
to kick themselves. Two-Hound is going to kick himself when he watches this back.
That is absolute heartbreak for Wildcard. That really is. I just can't believe it. It was a solo entry on the side of Hoven. All of his teammates, they'd consolidated themselves in that small tower site. They just pressured out Dining. It was only Hoven that had made his way into Trophy. And poor Tuhan just finding the wrong timing to look to re-barricade off Master. Not only that, but Hoven gets the 180 flick onto the next player inside of Pit as well. A heartbreak for Wildcard.
It's funny, isn't it, these days, a lot of roaming and lurking in Rainbow Six is about just don't make a sound, don't move a muscle. Patience is a virtue, and it delivered for Hoven there. He got the freest kill of his career based on it. And now, Gladiators in P1, in prime position to take this map and start their season very, very nicely. Deliver the first L to Wildcard.
Wildcard are going to take us down to this basement bomb site there, changing their philosophy once again. They've brought along the Kaid. They're keeping open the meeting hatch, so still looking for a little bit of a roam. But I wouldn't say this is as extended as the last one that they were looking for. They've got reinforcements in meeting. I imagine the hatch on that top floor is still closed, but really they're looking to try and double down on keeping some of those walls closed. I can only imagine with that Electro Claw shields as well. On the side of OJ, you've got the Warden. Yeah, making sure that late round is very difficult for the Game Gladiators.
It's kind of weird to see the Kaid pick when you're not reinforcing that meeting hatch. He's just placed the second one down. I do wonder, is that on the attic hatch? Oh, well,
Ooh.
whatever. Alvin's found an early pick. Monster Balls goes down. Where was he?
Can only imagine he was somewhere in that top floor and
Oh,
was not able to rotate
a
out
wall
in time. Oh no.
That's so unfortunate.
Everything currently falling apart for this game for Wildcard. Just small things, Dev. It doesn't feel like they're totally not in it. It doesn't feel like they're not present in this game. But there's something about the Game Gladiators this game. They are just on another level of timing, positioning. They're just really in their heads this game.
Oh my god. And it just goes from bad to worse for Wildcard. You say it. And Gladiators step up once again. A Wildcard now have no choice. You can't play passive in a 3v5. No mirror windows. So much util available for the Gladiators. Now they can play this patiently.
Yeah, taking their time. They don't really need to rush this now. They can close it out right here, right now. Match point at the moment for the Gaming Gladiators. Meeting hatch has been open for them as well. So they have plenty of tools so far for whatever execute they are looking to do. And only 3 wildcard players left to deal with. Looks like 2 players making their way down the laundry stairs as well. Backtake seems to be the way to go, but they'll be met by the defense of OJ.
Playing Sapper Spot, as we call it, from the beloved Elevate player who's made quite a name for himself at the bottom of these freezer stairs on the smoke. Now OJ is going to have to deliver like the namesake in order to give Wildcard a fighting chance in this round.
Only 40 seconds though in Game Gladiators, starting to run out of time to play these trays. Utility starts to come through. OJ now full whites, 30 seconds left to go. Game Gladiators, make your move.
On smoke in pocket, but he's going to rely on the shotty here. Another flash to go out. He's going to be fully blind from this one and taken down by Tolji. It is all on Vinny, and, well, he finds the first one, but it'll have to be a miracle Gladiators are straight gaming, and they continue their Stage 2 form in the opening match here of APAC South Stage 3.
Not too shabby for the Game Gladiators coming into their first play day of APAC South. Of course, starting out strong off the back of the major is exactly where you want to be.
Love to see it from Gladiators. A lot of people looked at them with cynicism at the end of Stage 2, thinking, now, is this really the team that is second best in APAC South? Well, they've started strong here. After a bye in Week 1, you could have said perhaps they came into today a little bit cold, but it certainly didn't seem like it. They took a confident win. 7-3 over Wildcard is nothing to scoff at.
Absolutely. In the Game of Gladiators, they show us that really they're just on another, I suppose, level of philosophy and pacing to Wildcard at the moment. It just feels like that game wasn't, I wouldn't say Wildcard played all that badly. I feel like that was a telltale of Wildcard's inexperience as a 5-man roster in comparison to the flow, the ebb and flow that Game Gladiators currently have. And I just think that by sheer experience and teamwork, Game Gladiators were able to overwhelm Wildcard, and they just weren't able to get on that horse quick enough and match pace with them. It just felt like a Game Gladiators game all up, all around.
Well, great game from the Indonesians, and, well, let's go and see what Xenox has to say about his incorrect prediction.
Unfortunately, it's both of us. I'll put my hand up. and
Just
say
me,
that
mate.
is the
He's
both
only
of us.
talking to me. Don't worry about
I know. But you know what? I'm leaving you out to dry. Explain your bloody prediction, mate. That is god awful from you.
Look, it obviously hasn't looked all that great. In fairness, I think, what Mandy was sort of talking about really does ring true. You've got a team that's still really newly put together. And I think in the end, with a bit of hindsight, going to a map like Oregon, I think really plays into the sort of team orientation strengths that Gaming Gladiators would obviously have over Wildcard. Concerning and most damning stat for me is that Wildcard didn't win a single site outside of basement. So just not able to find enough elsewhere, kitchen meeting and obviously kids dorm. So overall, largely disappointing, but it's only one game. And this is where Wildcard's going to be tested moving forward, Rob. Do they go into their shells, kind of like Stage 1, Stage 2, or do they bounce back next week and obviously continue on where they started in Playday 1?
Well, that's just the biggest discussion point we've had with Wildcard. God, I don't know how long it feels like 4 stages, guys, back to back. They seem to do okay, and then all of a sudden a question mark is shrouded over a decent performance in the early stage. But I think probably best to keep it on Gaming Gladiators here, considering this was their first game, and just the confidence and how assertive this game looked. This is the Gaming Gladiators we wanted to come back from the major.
Yeah, I think it was the second half in particular where they were able to close it out quite convincingly, which was most impressive. Wildcard genuinely getting two rounds in the first half. It's actually not too bad at all here on Oregon, but they were clearly just shut down. In that second half, GG looked really, really strong. And that was even with that peculiar Thatcher ban in play. The meta at the moment suggests that Nook should be the one getting banned out, not Thatcher, who's basically useless, like really bad right now. Thatcher's really not a must pick like he once was.
Thanks.
So anyway, they made it work. They used the Nook to their own effect, so that was well played. And yeah, just at every turn, sort of had an answer for Wildcard. And we said in the pre-match, right, Wildcard had to be the one to set the terms for the match. They didn't do it, and GG overrun it.
Beautiful. Well, I'll leave you guys to it because it's time for us to welcome in Rix for the interview. The very first time we get to see any member from Gaming Gladiators in Stage 3. Rix, congratulations on an opening victory. I've got to ask you, obviously it's a big one considering where you left Stage 2. Does this feel like the start you were hoping for?
Yeah, we're definitely happy with this start, and yeah, pretty excited for the rest of the stage.
So obviously the big question mark coming into Stage 3 was what was going to happen with the international experience that you gained, and I guess that's probably where this is going. What have you taken from Stage 2? What have you taken from that international stage and brought back with you in your game?
Yeah, the international stage definitely gave us confidence to play in our region, and we know that we can compete in the international stage. And we want to keep being the Gaming Gladiators that brings everything new each week. And yeah, that's it.
Now, I've heard some rumors that you have a new analyst joining you. So is there any insight you can give us on that?
Yeah, the addition of Titan really helped the roster. I really appreciate him as a person. He's a really wonderful guy, and I think we will do wonders this stage with him.
So obviously, I'll just ask you one more question. We've got six games for each team, only 7 teams in the league. Does this add any additional pressure onto Gaming Gladiators? Are you concerned at all with kind of the cutthroat nature of this now?
Mm, pressure. I think there will always be pressure heading into the game, and I think it's best how we decide how we deal with it. So I think we're dealing with it just fine this stage.
Calm under pressure. I think Gaming Gladiators showed quite well in stage 2. We'll always give you the floor here, Rix. Is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Yeah, thank you for all of the GG fans who are watching. We really appreciate your support, and please do keep supporting us. And thank you to GG as an org. Very happy to be in this org. Yeah.
Rix, we love you, mate. Congratulations on the first win for stage 3. We look forward to seeing you in your match next week. But for everyone at home, you don't want to go anywhere, because on the other side, we get to see what Elevate have up against Tide. Turning our attention now to two wonderful humans that are joining me on the desk, Dev and Mandy, after their cast. Mandy, how'd you feel about that matchup? Were you hoping for a little bit more out of Wildcard, or are you happy for gaming Gladiators?
I was hoping for a little bit more out of Wildcard, but I feel like the chaos that ensued was enough to entertain me the rest of the night, so I am happy.
Speaking
I'm
of the rest of
satisfied.
the night, someone's going to be satisfied here because it certainly isn't Wildcard, I can tell you that much. But we'll turn our attention to the next matchup of the night. Tide and Elevate go head-to-head now. Maybe a couple of months back, we would have said this would have been a bit of a Classico. You know, we were talking about IG. Now, of course, Tide. What are we making of this roster, Dev? I mean, this would have to be a bit of a difficult situation for all members on that roster.
No doubt. Like, you've got Hysterics, Mentalist, and Nate, who were already on this team. But Shibe and Tex joining just this stage. Bit of an unknown. Like, Tex hasn't been in the game for quite some time, and Shibe has never played at this level at all. And even the previous roster, this IG team, they had quite a few question marks over them. You know, people were like, oh, you know, Nate's a bit of an odd one out on this roster. Mentalist obviously hadn't had much success on Fnatic prior to joining IG. So it feels like there's a lot of questions and not a lot of answers when it comes to Tide. And so I need more time to see them. I do, because especially last week after their game against Wildcard, I'm not filled with confidence. Only got 4 rounds in that game. And yeah, there's a lot more that we need to see out of this roster, because clearly the potential is there. It's just about being able to act on that.
Yeah, and that's probably where I think the biggest point of conversation would come about for Stage 3, Mandy, is we've got a lot of star-studded rosters. We've got a lot of new teams, kind of... I say new teams, new players on old teams that kind of form new teams in that sense. And it's really hard to gauge where they're at. Do you have any kind of hope for Tide? Like, do you see them finishing and pushing for top 2, or do you think that this will just be one of those stages where it's about building?
I would have to agree with that latter statement. I think that looking at this roster of Tide, it doesn't strike me as a roster of, I suppose, 5 players with skill sets that really match each other. Typically, when we see roster moves, I can look at that player and go, okay, it makes sense they brought on this player because they are a great support player, or they're a great leader, or a great fragger, or something like that. When I see the roster changes that Tide have done, it doesn't strike me immediately what these players bring to the team, and I think it's going to take them a stage to figure out exactly just how they fit together. I don't think they'll be successful right off the bat.
Well, one team that has always been successful here in APAC South is Elevate. Really, the names that we've been talking about for so long. Onigiri, what is this?
I love that
This
you're
is
trying to
a
be all
lot.
serious, and then we just cut to that.
That's probably the best thing to cut to. I mean, Onichat is just absolutely out of this world. Yeah, that's kind of stumped me a little bit here, Dev. But look, Elevate good.
Yeah. Hell yeah. And look, they're also nearly locked in for 6 Invitational. In fact, top 2, making it to the major in November, top 2 out of this league, would 100% confirm 6 Invitational via points. They wouldn't have to play open qualies. Even top 4 in APAC South is upwards of a 99% chance that they will make it to that SI based on points. So really, they can be pretty modest this stage, knowing that they'll make it to SI even if they just get the top 4 here. But realistically, this team has set their sights on something much more ambitious than that. It's returning to a major, not just making playoffs like they managed to do in Berlin, but making semis, making a grand final, winning that grand final. Like, these guys believe they can do it. I wouldn't say that they are unrealistic with their expectations, but they are so ready for anything that this world throws at them. And they are ambitious, and they looked absolutely unreal in their Playday 1 game against Knights. Honestly, I haven't seen them look that good probably ever.
That's the perfect segue for that discussion of just where Elevate are at right now, Mandy. Like, there's no doubting. If we came into Stage 3 thinking, oh, I wonder what Elevate's going to do after making a quarterfinal, after having such a strong international showing, what are they going to do when they come back domestically, regionally? They have blown us out of the water. The team that we thought they would be really pushing Elevate just got obliterated by Elevate.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that one. Elevate, they just look like they're on another playing field at the moment. They're just on another level. Knights, I don't really know. We'll have to see them play a little bit later on tonight to see if that was just an anomaly, a bit of a blip in the radar, or if that was how they are at the moment. But Elevate for sure, they are on another level. And I think the addition of Laxing and that experience and the knowledge that he's been bringing to the team has really, I suppose, opened their eyes and broadened their perspective on Rainbow Six. This is such a dangerous roster with all the support staff and all the new tools that they have. We already thought they were amazing, and now they're going to get even better, and that is terrifying.
I wonder if they're going to use this as like a building stage, right? If they're going to go ahead and just try different maps and force teams into, let's say, awkward positions, because that could well happen. Speaking of maps, let's have a look where we're going to be heading for this best of one. All important, Veto. Nice to see Clubhouse and Theme Park gone, but
Speaking
come
of
on, no Oregon, no Oregon, no Oregon. Oh, tell you what. Oh, but it's, I don't know. I think Guz is going to be
Cafe's
sitting
no
back
better,
there.
mate.
He's going to be rock kicking at the moment, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, look, Cafe Dev, what do you make?
Look, good map for Elevate. I'm just getting up my old IG stats as well. But as for Elevate, last time they played this was actually against W7M, Mandy. Not sure if you recall. We casted that game. It was,
we
in
did.
fact, the very first map. And to be frank, it was quite...
Wait, did you go to the major?
Oh, here it comes.
What? Wait, what?
So, Elevate had a very ambitious quarterfinal game against W7M, and they picked Cafe to go to, and they actually lost it. I don't know if, Mandy, you have any particular takeaways from that game, but it was definitely a rough start to the series for them, and I don't think that they showed us everything that they're capable of on that map.
Andy?
Well,
Do you
this is the game.
Can you
This is
confirm
the
or
game.
deny?
Yeah, I can confirm. This is indeed the game where W7M Amaru rushed up the
Oh,
hatch
yes.
into
Oh,
mining
yeah.
dining, and they got the plants off straight away, and Elevate were like, what on earth has just happened? I hope that doesn't happen this game as well, and they're ready for something that IG might bring out. But of course, this is a very different caliber of team, a different pacing as well. It's not every day that you go from playing a LATAM team to a brand new roster in APAC South, and so I can only imagine Elevate, they're trying to rebuild their knowledge in this map. Hopefully they've scrimmed it, VOD reviewed the last one, and bring something out that's a little bit better for this Playday.
Well, it's actually part of the discussion for Elevators. They are one of only few teams that have not made really any changes heading into Stage 3. I think only Fury and Gaming Gladiators have made no changes. So, Dev, that kind of consistency, surely you just back that in time and time again for a team like Elevate.
Look, it's true. And if you take away that one result at the major, Elevate have been really good on Cafe. They played it quite a lot in the Operation League within Southeast Asia in Stage 2, and they won it almost every single time they played it, except when they played it in APAC South against Direwolves. That was still a close 6-8 game, so I don't think they can be too upset about that, however. If you look at Stage 2 for Tide, back when they were IG, though, Cafe was one of the most banned maps against them. In fact, every single game bar one of them, it was Tide at the time, IG's opponent that banned out Cafe. So we haven't had a chance to see these guys play it, even the IG that was. And there is a chance because of that this could be a map where they feel quite comfortable.
I guess that's really, for me, when we're talking about, like, coming in from Stage 2 to Stage 3, especially for Tide, losing the, maybe this is going to be a bit a hot take, but losing the two biggest names in terms of the frag power that we've seen from them, they lost Speakeasy, they lost Jigsaw. Coming into Stage 3, do you almost completely wipe the map pool away there, Mandy? Do you hold on to the remnants that was?
I think that they would hold on to a little bit of their map pool because essentially they've replaced their entry fraggers, right? Like, they're not replacing roles that are, I suppose, fundamental to the strategy, I would say. I think that being an entry or being on that roam game is a much easier skill set to slot into and learn, rather than having to learn how to set up the entire site. If you come into a team and you're the SAS site, the construction anchor, you are dead to rights. You have a whole strat book to learn, right? If you come into it as your Malusi player, the slot in is going to be much easier, which is exactly what IG have done. What Tide have done with their new roster changes after coming out from being IG, right? So I feel like there is still some semblance of this old map pool in for them.
And when we look for, I guess, this matchup in particular, Dev, I'm probably going to start to ask for predictions on where we actually think this is going. Obviously, Elevate through and through, but are we expecting Tide to be able to keep this close, knowing, you know, all the turmoil, if you will? I mean, that's a really aggressive way of saying it, but, you know, all the changes that they've gone through.
Look, it is very hard to back in Tide for a solid chance here. Not only is Elevate historically quite comfortable and happy to go to Cafe, they've had a lot of wins on it in the past. Their form is looking really, really strong after their game last week. It was not that Knights had a bad day. It was that Elevate were looking probably the best that we have ever seen them. If they can do that in the server today, realistically, I'd be surprised if Tide does much better than Knights did. That's just the nature of the matchup between these teams right now. In my opinion, like, Elevate is just that good. And if there's anything going for Tide, it's the fact that according to what I've got here in the League Ops sheet, Tide do start on the defensive side, which historically is looking more favored on Cafe. So thankfully for these guys, they do have a bit of that boon coming on their side. They might be able to get a bit of momentum early in the game, but realistically, I think Elevate have got their number.
It is kind of crazy when talking about Cafe and having a look at the statistics and everything and how much it's changed. I think very much Cafe, Andy, is kind of like Oregon, right? Like, we used to see 75% defensive win rates on the Cocktail as it was for the basement on Oregon. And then the other maps were kind of, the other sites were where things started to fall at the wayside a little bit more. Are we expecting for Tide, you know, to kind of stick to those easier defaults? Like you're saying, you know, we've still got the shot callers on the team. We've still got much of the structure left. Where are we looking for them to double down on in this?
Well, I think for Tide, just to be realistic, that it's a new roster. Yes, you can keep your map pool, but you can only learn so much in the short amount of time that they've been together. I don't think that we're going to see a very extensive strat book or anything absolutely absurd and crazy coming out of them. They still need time to just figure it out, and figuring it out, getting that flow together as a team does mean playing something a little bit more basic, something a little bit more standard, as you would want to say. For Elevate, though, I would want to flip the story and say, Elevate, this is clearly a map that they've played, but they're unhappy with, and they want to work on. We've seen them play it time and time again to mix success, and each time they change up a little bit of their strat book. They seem to want to test the waters here on this particular map on Cafe, and I think if you're Tide going into that's pretty scary to want to take Elevate to this. They definitely have a very, very interesting approach to Cafe that we don't normally see this flourished and this mature in APAC South.
Well, I guess that's the scary part now, right, is with Laxing coming on, Dev, not only will we see Elevate, you know, trial new maps, but trial new strategies as well. So are we expecting anything out of the ordinary? Do you think coming into this that this is kind of one of those opportunities where they go, right, Tide, we should be beating them, right? So we've got a little bit of leniency to do some things.
Yeah, I think that every team in APAC South takes every game one at a time. Elevator, no exceptions. Not going to take any game for granted. Not that that's what you were implying, but they're not going to like, oh, let's just try stuff out. If they're trying stuff out, they're trying it because they've practiced it and they believe in it, or they have the confidence and the conviction to do that. And yes, I think they will be trying new things because that's the reason why they brought Laxing in. They want to learn from a player as experienced as Laxing from a region like North America that has recently won world championships and majors. Funnily enough, as you brought up Laxing, I was actually looking up Oxygen's results to see if they were a good Cafe team. And historically, at least in the last couple of months, all right, like they beat Mirage back when Mirage were doing terrible in Stage 2, and they had a close loss to Space Station. So I'm not going to say that Laxing is necessarily the resident expert on Cafe. Might not be his favorite map, might be, you'd have to ask him. But I think that regardless, Elevate are in peak form, and I do back them into this game. Every round that the Tide guys can get on their defense will make this a lot more tolerable for them.
We like, you know, the and ifs or buts, but it's time for us to move away from this. If Dev and Mandy is dandy, is Xenox and Gazuz? Let's go to them.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably one way you could go with it, Rob, but moving forward, of course, and keeping a bit of professionalism to the broadcast, big game here for Tide Guz. As we kind of touched on a little bit in the pre-show discussion, you can only have so many regulation losses when you've only got basically 6 games for the stage. They've already had 1 to wildcard. You lose this to Elevate, and I would then have to say they can basically not drop a game for the rest of the stage.
Yeah, 100%. It's basically must win. At minimum, Tide need an OT to keep their head above the water. They're versing Elevate. They showed last week they are absolutely cracked at the moment. So it's a scary game for Tide, but they started on defense Cafe, so anything's possible.
For Elevate, though, obviously, they were in tremendous form back on Playday 1 last week against the Knights. Absolutely tore them apart. Probably the most clinical performance I've actually seen in APAC history in terms of really the APAC League since its iteration. I can't think of a more clean performance than that. Even though it was a 7-1, honestly should have been a 7-0. Knights were just basically unable to match them. Knights were even trying so many different tactics to get themselves back into the game. Elevate just shut all of them down. They were just too far and away the better team. So a big test for Tide. Definitely the clear underdogs. Must put that out. I mean, I saw even the Twitch chat predictions before, guys, and it was like 90% in favor of Elevate. So Tide very much the underdogs in this game.
In terms of the ban phase thus far, Nook off the board expected, over a 90% ban rate globally. Flores up second, a lot of util clear opportunities here on Cafe on every objective. Valk will see a return once more into the ban fray. You can gain a lot of information, even post nerf. Inside, those cameras can be deadly. And then of course the Azami to round things off. Overall, one of the most powerful defenders in the game right now. Those keeper barriers are very difficult to deal with, and we will play no further part in this match. We head up to the top floor for the first round. Let's see if Tide can get themselves off to a good start.
Yeah, and Tide's going to be the focus here early on in this first half on the defensive Cafe, guys. They have to be, right? Especially on this map, defensively, you need to be 4-2 minimum. So really all eyes is going to be on sort of how they defend and where Elevate can maybe look to break down this defense. Tide, the underdogs, can they get off to a good start? They basically have to, right? I mean, if Elevate start getting attacking rounds on the board early here on Cafe, it's not going to be good news. It's not going to be good signs. So even just this opening round, you kind of look at what they're bringing to the table. You see the Capcan from Mentalist, everything else pretty stock standard. Shibe on the Warden, but ultimately it's up to Elevate. What are they going to bring to this? And immediately you see Sapper attack a repick onto the Ying. You got the Dokkaebi, so I'm intriguing to see whether or not Elevate go full gung-ho. Do they go aggressive, or do they play that sort of coordinated style that we saw very much on Bank back in Playday 1?
As expected here on Cafe, it's going to be a top-down approach from Elevate. Focus over towards Red Stairs initially to get control there, transition that into shop, then lounge. See if they can try and get an execute on towards the objective itself. Questions will now start to be raised as to how aggressively Tide want to respond. Sterix is inside of shop. Not too much utility to back him up though. And he has been droned out. It's not a position you want to hold on to if you don't have a shield, if you don't have some ADS devices to support, and he elects to fall back.
Top red control established already for Elevate very early on in the piece as well. And for Tide, how they're sort of going to be defending this is not really any pressure on top red, but a couple of players pushing down and up white stairs. First kill is Hysterics. That does go down. Good news for Elevate, and they get rid of the mute, but the gem is still out there. Drones going out. Do get stopped over towards Cigar Shop, but I mean, already you could start to feel Elevate putting the pressure on early. They got that opening kill. They get into work really quickly too with the utility game as well around top red, opening up this wall, trying to get position. This is just all Elevate so far. Tide need to probably try and find a way into this round. Otherwise, they're just going to sit back and allow Elevate to push onto site.
Mentalist on a good roam down below. That Nitro cell could have an impact. Once Elevate push forth, even Mark could be a threat. And that's exactly what happens. Mentalist below, detonates and finds him. A 4 versus 4. Mentalist's position likely now reveal, or at least Elevate will be suspect of the roamer down below when he gets away. Elsewhere, Onigiri pushes forward. It's a sharp shot with the DMR. That forfeits pixel control now to Elevate.
Yeah, and good push there from Onigiri, understanding that Mentalist down below throws out that Nitro Cell. One's already dead, so you push out. You know there's one probably holding pixel. You almost play the numbers game in your head and think, well, as to where they could sort of be located and where I can sort of push out safely. And yeah, Elevate just on top of this, even forcing Nate back down below. I mean, this is just a complete one-sided affair. Considering for Bar Cocktail, you would generally see a bit of a late plant. Attackers, you know, it's not struggling to get control, but generally going for that late 20-second execute. It's also early into the game. I mean, Onigiri just has that corridor on lockdown. 3 kills complete control, clear the pixel player, push up towards washroom side, clear the corridor. Nate's the last one. He has to push up through that barbed wire. Onigiri hears him. Onigiri sees him. Onigiri kills him. It's a 4K. It's all too easy for Elevate in the opening round.
And it's really become a hallmark of Onigiri, his use of the DMR, made famous on Aruni on defense, but now transitioning and translating well to the attack. Good entry over towards Pixel. Got a replay of that now, and then just continued his march down that white corridor. No one really to stop him. Information being fed by the team, and Onigiri prepped and ready, aggroing towards the end, and then Nate, who was stuck down below for a good 20-30 seconds, made to pay on his return. And overall, again, it is so hard at the moment to find faults in Elevate's game plan. It was very tricky against the Knights, and based on that first round, it might be hard once more here against Tide.
The replay perfectly sort of highlighting there the one-man show from Onigiri. Takes out the pixel player, takes out the washrooms player, takes out the player holding just outside Cocktail. I mean, he's literally clean swept that entire side of the floor. That's a horrible defense from Tide. They just get punished, but full credit has to go to Onigiri. Just clean with it. Didn't even necessarily need much help from anyone else. Didn't really see anything from Sapper, nothing from DCH. So, I mean, it was not even a full team performance there from Elevate, just Onigiri doing Onigiri things. So we head down below, kitchen cooking now here for the second round. Tide just really not involved in that round, besides Mentalist, who did make a really good play with the Nitro Cell, found another kill elsewhere. No one else able to fire a shot. All the pressure stemming from Elevate. Tide never even given a chance to fight back.
Extensive roam here from Tide for the second round. The lineup from Elevate suggesting perhaps a direct approach could be on the agenda with the Monty. Those ROUs from Mark, but we'll have to wait and see. There is also intentions above for Mr. Punch to clear out those positions, or at least pressure the roamers. Keeping in mind that if you want to get Baku control, entry into what's perhaps could be tricky. Onigiri, DMR in hand once more, already posing a threat. Sapper just guards the line at the moment. Elevate want control.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan, really, of the stands. That's about it. I think, other than that, I don't mind this with the Montang, considering you've got a lot of anti-droning from the side of Tide. Don't necessarily want to get too much information from the drones. And so, therefore, if droning is going to be a bit of an issue, why not just send in the Montang to do it really instead? Full vision now of Bakery, how they can sort of then play off of that. Onigiri brings out the Gon 6 to get rid of that Sawyer Gate. And there's the ping. Now you push out. There is a play, I think, over towards Prep side. There's trades that do go out. So far, Tide have actually played this not too bad. Mark sitting outside, not really able to get too involved, but it's Mr. Punch. Pushes in, gets 2 kills, playing off the Montang perfectly. Advantage Elevate once again. Down to just Nate and Hysterics for Tide.
Yeah, it's been really sharp from both teams, but the man advantage and the information advantage for Elevate's crucial. Hysterics was in a position, but he was droned out. Looking to maybe find a delayed trade now cut off. Sapper has that diffuser in hand. He'll want to try and get entry. Nate's up above. So this could fall apart really quickly for Tide once Elevate have a read.
Still a minute left in this round. A lot of time. Elevate do not have to rush this, but Mark surely starts to look to push forward. Bit of a high ground there view. Punch goes down. Hysterics obviously having some of his vision blocked off by the ROU. Mark now pushes in through Bakery, can get the revival to Mr. Punch. So that time now ends up being a factor here. Elevate were able to use a little bit of it to just sort of get themselves back up, get themselves in a position to finish this round off. I would be surprised if Hysterics and Nate can clutch this, especially now with Sapper putting that plant down. Mr. Punch watching for the flank, watching and waiting, gets the headshot, goes for maybe the trade, didn't eventuate though. Nate hasn't really been able to fire a shot until just then. Headshot with the SMG-11, takes out Mr. Punch, but he's got the Shieldy Boy in his face, tries to get rid of him. Sapper, low on health, doesn't even know where he's getting shot from, almost got the turnaround onto Mark. But Elevate get the job done. Elevate make it 2 attacking rounds in a row here on Cafe.
Once more, relatively clinical there from Elevate. The biggest hurdle really was clearing out that Bakery control. Perhaps in hindsight could have been a bit more efficient with a nade from the Yana, but nonetheless they made it work. And Tied to their credit as well, locked it down pretty nicely. For a brief moment it was a 3 versus 3, but then they just bled that additional pick. And that allowed Elevate to have a little bit more confidence getting in towards site. And despite it being a little bit scrappy, Elevate able to tidy it up, find those picks, get the round. Now staring down the barrel of 3 straight.
terrifying start for Tide here. On Cafe defense, 2 rounds down already. The one good sign, I guess, you're moving over to a site that typically is quite strong for defenders in reading fireplace. I'm assuming they'll play up above. Cocktail, just a disaster start. Everything that could go wrong so far has gone wrong. And already, I guess in some ways, guys, signs of last week here from Elevate and that they are just clearly the better team. We are not seeing necessarily Tide making massive mistakes. Elevate are just so in control that the opposition can't even play the game.
Yeah, in my opinion, they're the only team we've seen so far this stage, albeit only, a Playday and a bit so far, that are sort of playing as a hive mind, as a good team does in Siege, where a lot of it is they just know where their opponents are, where their teammates are at every moment. They're never second guessing, they're never being stalled out, they're committing to a plan and they're executing it really well. And expecting that to flow on here, which would be devastating for Tide. It's never great to be on the defense at the start of a match and losing the first 3 rounds, because then you start scratching your head as to where you are going to start mounting rounds. So we'll see how they play this one out. Kitchen was somewhat close in the early to mid portion of the round, and we'll see how they try and contest this early control from Elevate this time.
Onto the Alibi now for Tex and away from the Mozzie. Elevate bringing that line, Ying combo. So deadly for those late round executions. A little bit quiet at the moment though to start with. In fact, the first Candela does go out, and I do sense maybe a potential to completely ignore Cocktail here and come in through pillars. Punch already there, clearing out that 90 position. Tex takes a bit of damage. Onigiri still top red. Knows there's a play pushing out. Not sure about that from Shibe, but he wins it anyway. For the one time that Onigiri loses out that fight, it's got a big effect. A domino effect, in fact, for Elevate. That will be the round over, and Tide finally get a round win. They needed that, and even though it's just the 1 round win, it's clean at least. 1v5, DCH still on the roof. A couple of kills all just sort of flowing out together at the same time. And really had nothing to do with the site. More so just Elevate's positioning, more so going towards that pillar position early, guys, rather than a top clear approach over towards Cocktail. Elected to go the floor below instead.
Yeah, just disrupted a little bit of that structure that Elevate had established, and it's a nice round for them. DCH now will take a bit of a vacation here on the roof. Teams will typically do this if they've lost early picks and there's no realistic chance of them winning a round. It's a chance for Elevate to take an unofficial tactical timeout. Well played though by Tide. They needed a round. That's what they've been able to achieve. And a good little kickstart for them in this match. Just keeping Elevate on their toes, who have only lost now a couple of rounds throughout 2 play days. And if they start getting tested, perhaps then the resilience of Elevate may come into question. Historically, though, it has been quite good. Certainly an improvement from past years where Elevate sometimes crumbled under a bit of pressure. DCH just taps away at the roof now. Round will come to a close. And he won't retain the KD. It's a flawless round for Tide. Just keeping this match interesting.
Yeah, and obviously the pressure you're speaking of, I think, are moments where in the past, without wanting to sort of bring it up, because they've been so great recently.
Yeah,
but,
yeah, you can't,
those
you
old
can't pick
days,
at them. You can't pick at those old scars, mate. Open them up.
obviously not quite as relevant these days, thankfully for Elevate fans, but way too early in the season to even be remotely thinking about that. Big round win though for Tide. The way that they won the round though, guys, probably doesn't necessarily fill you with confidence that they can replicate that. Just felt like a bit of a gunfight round. They hit some headshots, won a couple of swings, won some peaks. Doesn't really come to the nature of, say, defending a site or playing a util game. So a lot more work to be done here for Tide. Those are the kind of rounds you probably don't want to bank on replicating. Still, it's a round, you'll take it, and does maybe dig a little bit to the momentum of Elevate.
Back to Kitchen now, and I'm somewhat surprised Elevate not jumping back onto the Monty for that bakery control. I felt like it did work quite nicely and fed a lot of information to the attack. Zappa will be the only repick this time onto the Jackal, and that may be in response to Nate jumping onto the Cav, roaming once more. up above, and an operator that sees infrequent use in pro play, typically because you respect the attack enough to anticipate her ability to be ineffective. But Nate trying to catch them off guard here. We'll see how much of an impact those Sappers repick will have in hunting down this roamer and potentially finding Elevator pick that's relatively uncontested.
Yeah, and I do like this as well. I think when you think about sort of elevating their mindset is sort of playing a game of, in a style of Siege that's going to hold up internationally. So why not just try and bring some of that APAC mentality, be aggressive, spawn peek, play Cav, and try and shoot them in the back rather than in front. And instead of trying to go toe-to-toe with them, try and cheat them if you really can, and be aggressive and play off meta. And it may actually just result in you getting the results you need locally to get results against Elevate. You try and fight fire with fire, and obviously Elevate's a team that has all that international experience. It's been much spoken about Laxing coming into the team, and their approach and their mindset coming into really this stage of APAC South, wanting to play like they're a style of Siege that's going to hold up internationally. Well, into that knowledge. Don't play into them.
Might not have too much of an impact though if Elevate don't go up above and roam around the map. Instead, just surveying Bakery at the moment, waiting for the opportunity to progress forward. DCH on the back push might be able to link up with Mr. Punch near front door, offer some pressure near VIP and just make the squeeze a little bit tighter here. But Nate actually does find a pick onto Mark, Tex onto DCH, and again, much like the last round, Elevate finding the initial entry very, very tricky.
Yeah, and it's because off angles here from Nate, off position, so Mark just gets kind of caught out, and he's probably wondering why is he there or what's going on. This is a little bit odd. This is not strange. Why is he just sitting in coat check, or maybe why is he not just sort of up above, waiting for us to push him and clear top down? So these are the kind of things that can throw Elevate off their game. If they come in with a game plan and it's unable to be executed, what's their plan B? If plan B is to kind of go back to the way things used to be, well, they're going to probably struggle a little bit because they've been so focused on plan A. Shibe with a great shot. The DMR is able to be used by all parties involved, not just on Agiri. Down, but not out just yet. 2 versus 5. I think the round, though, looking to go the way of Tide. And it also means it'll be 2 rounds in a row where it's largely off-site. It's largely catching Elevate off guard, and it's largely because Elevate just can't get into the flow of things. Sapper not even checking his left side. They just walk into the Tide firing line. 2-2. We have a game here on Cafe.
Yeah, and I think we're basically seeing the discussion that you were having earlier, Jake, where Tide are approaching the match from a different angle. Instead of maybe how the Knights approached it last week was, let's do our game plan, let's do what we know works. They're instead going for the left of field approach and trying something that perhaps Elevate aren't anticipating or wouldn't expect. And it worked in that last round really well. Nate, funnily enough, did get the entry. And they're going to repeat it here for round 5. Cav once more selected here, this time by Mentalist. And if Tide go 3 straight with these strats and this approach, that's when I start to really get concerned for Elevate, because it's all well and dandy to take on good teams and play against the structured Siege, but if you're going to get thrown off by a team, and I mean this in the most respectful way possible, Tide, they're a relatively new roster with their additions, probably one not contesting for the top 2. If you're getting caught off by this stuff, it certainly raises eyebrows, and it's all well and good for Elevate to struggle against this on an international stage, because they're not going to be versing it on an international stage, but to get there, they need to be taking down these domestic teams, and any loss is a huge loss with only 6 games, and you would hate for one of them, of your potential 2 chances, to be against this sort of playstyle.
Still early days, though. Only now into the 5th round. Nate, so close to finding that opening kill. Close yet so far. Doesn't come away with it, but just kind of, it's almost like a mental game now, right? Elevate just feel like they can't push in. They're going to get peeked, they're going to get swung. The pressure from Tide telling in the first 2 rounds, it was just all Elevate. You know why? Because Tide was sitting back on site. Tide were allowing Elevate into the building. They were allowing them to set up, get top red control, clear out utility. Now, they're making life way more difficult for Elevate. Elevate have to fight their way into the building. They have to scrap and punch. It's not all that clean fancy gameplay, the structure that they've learnt from overseas back into the fighting pit of APAC, which Elevate have risen above time and time again, but will have to do so again in this game. Minute 48, they're still not even really into the building. Such a stark contrast to the opening round.
And last time they attacked this site, they were straight down red, opening up the wall really early. Hysterics was pushed off much earlier than this as well, but eventually now will relocate. So now we would anticipate the attack to start getting a foothold down below, but even still, Elevate still stalled out. And I think the remnants of the last 2 rounds are playing in the backs of their minds now. They're being super slow and super methodical, probably droning additional corners they otherwise wouldn't to make sure that they can get inside. But it's Onigiri, much like that last attempt upstairs, to step up. He gets another pick with the DMR. The drop now to follow. Elevate with 60 seconds to work with. Hysterics though with the down.
Oh, and he should get the confirmation. Does lose his life for it, but in the end, 1 for 1. Not the end of the world. Of course, Onigiri's opening kill still does mean Elevate have the advantage with under a minute left. And it's only really now that they're getting that top red control. Still players on site as well for Tide. Elevate's running out of time as well. They haven't cleared out washrooms. Pixel Tex probably doesn't have to get too overly aggressive here. Don't put yourself in a position for Onigiri. You know he's on the rappel. You peek it anyway and you give him that chance. Nate getting lit up on the balcony. Tide falling apart. Elevate scrapping their way in this round, but they are pulling it off, and it's courtesy of Onigiri on the rappel.
The last few rounds have just been so volatile that Elevate on top this time, and Onigiri once more, DMR for the swing. Good entry, good closure, and Elevate stabilized the match a little bit.
It started well again for Tide. There were good signs. Sort of spoke about the fact that top red control hadn't necessarily been established in a quick manner for Elevate. Saw Nate again going for a spawn peek. Okay, didn't work out. Was a neutral in the end anyway. Nothing really came from it either way, but the signs that the last 2 rounds from Tide were once again in effect early in that 5th round was a stark contrast to the opening 2 rounds. But a little bit of help and a little bit of patience from Onigiri, finds a couple of kills. It played really well into having Onigiri watching that sightline towards washrooms. Pixel. In the end, patience was a virtue for Elevate. 3-2 scoreline. 3-3 half. Not that bad in the end for Tide, but think about Cafe, generally 4-2 to the defenders. It's generally the pass mark. They'll take 3-3 though against such a strong caliber of opponent.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
Tide returning to structure here for the 6th round. No Cav in sight. No notable pocket picks either. Very standard. And an extension up above. As to not allow Elevate to get vertical too easily. And this is where Elevate should arguably actually be a little bit more comfortable. It's where they look comfortable in the beginning of this match, and putting aside those turbulent rounds, no reason why they can't return to form. Interesting lurk down below here though from DCH, just gathering some information. Got to say that's potentially a little bit dangerous unless they know that the Cav's not in play. As Onigiri again just does Onigiri things. That's Tex taken down. He was playing Pixel.
Yeah,
That's
and
a
we
really
know
good
Elevate is a team that doesn't rely on Onigiri, right? Like, it's not like if Onigiri doesn't pop off, they don't win. We've seen countless games where Onigiri has a quiet game and the others stand up, but Onigiri sometimes just has those kind of games where he just pops off and the rest of his teammates sit back and just allow him to sort of lead the way. This is one of those games. 10-3, double digits inside of the first half. Big kill for Mr. Punch as well from Red Stairs. A lot going the way now of Elevate to close out this half. There was that brief moment of hope for Tide after 2 round wins in a row, but how quickly it has vanished. 90 seconds left. Can they pull off a miracle to salvage this half?
Structure's not standing for Tide. DCH now with the diffuser for entry and train on at least some information with the Gemini. Hysterics is really the last wall of defense here. He needs to take at least 1 or 2 members of Elevate with him to the grave. Otherwise, the chances of them winning the round drop even more so. Damage done and an impact for extra pressure. But he's back quite literally against the wall, and Elevate will desperately want to clear this.
50 seconds left. Next kill so important if it goes the way of Tide. Bit of damage onto Mr. Punch, and that's now 3 members of Elevate low on health. Red ping goes out, gonna land it, can't. DCH, a big win. Getting rid of Hysterics, further compounding this round now onto Tide's shoulders. Nate, high ground, good vision, but he really needs to be on site at this point. He's watching that entryway, looking for the rush in of DCH and co, going for that plan. He allows him in, can't land the shots, does eventually follow the spray. And the spray, unfortunately though, isn't gonna be enough. Losing Shibe, he found the kill into Onigiri, can drop balcony, down into pillars. Mark gets off the plan, there's 3 watching the doorway. Nate is just being watched, and Elevator just too good. A 4-2 half on the attack of Cafe.
Certainly looked a little bit dangerous there towards the end, and a decent effort from Nate, but unfortunately by that point the damage done. 2 picks early from Elevate, ripping that structure apart that Tide tried to re-establish in this match. And funnily enough, the only 2 rounds Tide been on their defense is with the pocket picks and with the intention of throwing Elevate off. So effective in that sense, but ultimately Elevate outclassing their opponents. 4 rounds to kick things off, the advantage heading on to a defensive Cafe effort. This should be over at this point. For Tide though, they'll want to try and keep fighting hard. At the very least, push OT if possible. But Elevate, I think, will be comfortable and difficult to push over.
I think it's even further good news for Elevate, right? In the sense that they got challenged a little bit there in that first half. 2-2 scoreline, 2 rounds in a row to Tide. Had they maybe figured out some kind of style to take down Elevate, what do Elevate do? They respond immediately. They don't go into their shells, they just keep fighting. They get aggressive, they look for opening kills, they change it up, just little tweaks here or there. Obviously the Cav, you might have said, cuz once is fine, 2's a little bit silly, and that probably backfired a bit for Tide. And even further bad news, although maybe a rehost might be in order here with Shibe disconnecting very early on in this round, but does kind of feel like Elevate have sort of overcome the worst of it. Have they really swatted the best that Tide has to offer? Well, we'll see, of course, going to this second half. I highly doubt it's going to be an attacker side at Cafe. I would be very surprised. I think it's looking a little bit gloom here for Tide.
Yeah, certainly so. It's very difficult to bet against Elevate in this position. The round advantage heading onto defense and overall just playing really tidy. The thing will be, does Tide, much like their defense, try to employ these, I guess, brazen strategies to throw off their opponents? I'm thinking the likes of Amaru, Ying, Lion, some of those really oppressive operators, if played well, may be enough to get them over the line, or at the very least mount a couple of rounds and plant the seed of doubt in the minds of Elevate. But it's going to be tough, it's going to be a challenge, and I'm sure they'll be using this opportunity now during the rehost to have a quick chat and try to work out how they are going to win this game.
Yeah, and I think when you kind of look at this Tide roster and you look at some of the star power, and pretty much clearly a lot of experience when it comes to this roster, and yet they are just being really sort of torn apart by Elevate, and they won't be the only team. But you do have to sort of wonder what really is the limit for Tide at this stage. You've already lost the wildcard, arguably on the verge of losing to Elevate. It would then be 2 regulation losses to start the stage, guys. They actually get Playday 3 off. So Tide is the team having their bye week next week. It does, I guess, give them a little bit of a chance to go back. The VODs, watch their games from wildcard, Elevate, learn, respond, then they play the Knights. You lose that, you're out. Then you got Direwolves, you lose that, you're out. Then you got Chi-Chi, you lose that, you're out. And then Fury and Playday 7. So, I mean, arguably speaking, it's extraordinarily unlikely to see Tide finishing in the top 2. It would take a massive turn in form and in fortunes. So what is the goal for them this stage then?
Very good question. I think for Tide, it's about consolidating for the future, whatever that may look like for them. Obviously, it's a bit of a weird stage for them in the sense that Invictus Gaming did depart, but fortunately Mentalist Nate and Hysterics did stay together, so the roster continues on. So it's a great opportunity, at least individually, for them to show off what they've got for any moves going forward. Because top 2 is a very ambitious goal. It's going to be very tough, and it's tricky to see them being in that discussion. If they lose here, for example, right, they basically already got a line through their name. So we'll see how they go, but they can only put their best foot forward. Elevate's, of course, to reiterate for probably the 1000th time already this broadcast, an incredibly strong team at the moment. They're in great form, and they have a lot of experience. So it's just trying to make the most of the situation.
No, it's only the one sort of Playday to kind of look at in terms of some of the player statistics, but when you look at Elevate, really to start that opening week, back in Playday 1 last week against the Knights, really kind of set them up for it. But the top 3 rated players basically from that opening week was DCH, Zapper, and Mr. Punch. It wasn't even Onigiri in that top 3. In fact, he had somewhat of a quiet game. He was only 6'4", and plus 2 KD. What does he do? Pops out week 2. He goes 10 in the first half. So it really does consolidate the fact that they're not a one-man show. Sometimes you might get, say, a casual viewer that comes in. It's like, obviously seen Elevate internationally. It's Onigiri again carrying this team. No. It's not always the case. They don't rely on Onigiri. He just so happens to every now and then really go nuclear. But the likes, I mean, Sapper was the highest rated player last stage for all of APAC South. He was the best player, right, in the entire stage. Then you added in Mark and Mr. Punch and what they've been able to contribute. DCH obviously had a fantastic game against the Knights. It's such a well-rounded roster. Then you add in an amazing coach in Laxing. And then you add in the fact that they've obviously started to take an approach of playing a little bit more like those international teams that they're playing against at majors. They want to compete there. They want to be able to have their game plan stand up internationally and not just win in APAC. It is really the only team in APAC South, and honestly, I'll even say it, probably in all of APAC, including APAC North, that I think has a chance to actually win a major. I don't see, and it's not even close. Not even close, guys. There's no other team as close as Elevate in APAC right now.
Wow, APAC South bias for me there. That's so disappointing. No. Yeah, I completely agree. I think that discussion maybe a couple stages ago, maybe back in stage 1 or even like stage 3, 2021, could have been a little bit different, where we were seeing teams from North actually perform quite well, namely Damwon Kia, but there's been a drop-off. There has been. I can't really put it much more nicely than that. There has been. And where some of those teams have dropped off, others have risen, and Elevate's the best example of that. They've made roster changes, they've made staffing changes, they've changed the way they approach the game and now look like a serious international team. And the results reflect that. And I think if they keep going at it, they're not going to be too far away from maybe being APAC's hope at winning an international event. Whether it will be this major, who knows? Still a long way away from even qualifying for that event. And then the secondary discussion to that, of course, is Six Invitational, where if they qualify for this third major, they're all but confirmed to qualify for that. And that's another good chance for them to show what they've got and fly the flag proudly for APAC, because there is, again, a very large skill gap still between Elevate and whoever you want to name as the second best team in APAC. I think that discussion could go on forever, because there clearly isn't a second best team in APAC, in my opinion, at least.
I think when you look at sort of Elevate, they are the golden standard when it comes to being a team that had eyes on reaching the likes of the majors and the SIs, and once you get there, not being, I guess, a team that's just happy with that, you know, being content with just making a major or just making SI. They want to go that one step further. They want to win the whole thing. I think we've seen teams in the past, and I'm not going to name teams' names because it's not a bad thing necessarily, but there's probably been teams that have fought tooth and nail to get to a major. Then they get there and it's just like happy days. We've already done the hard part. Now we kind of enjoy being at the major, and then we'll come back and do it again. This is a team that has been, and just wants to come back and win the thing. And this is kind of just like a stepping stone to them now, right? So their mindset and their attitude is by far and away the best that we have in APAC. And hopefully it sets, you know, that golden standard. You look at a team like Gaming Gladiators, I think a good example, right? Probably where Elevate was at, maybe we'll say a year ago, maybe 1 or 2 years ago, guys. And so can they replicate sort of this journey that Elevate has taken on? Do apologize, everyone. Obviously, we are not on the podcast mode for no particular reason. We did have the rehost initially for Shibe, which then turned into a secondary issue with a player's PC. So it has been issue into issue, hence the extended little intermission here. Do apologize, but obviously good talking points that we don't always get sort of the time of day on these broadcasts to go into, which is the larger grand scheme of things. We kind of just keep everything condensed to the matches themselves, but I think it's always a really good talking point when we get into the conversations surrounding the region really as a whole, both South and North, and the teams that are representing this region going over to Majors and obviously SI. And when you probably posed that question before, guys, who would be the second best team? I'm not going to speculate with North, but when it comes to South, it is actually very tricky. It probably has to be Game and Gladiators right now. I think they would have earned that right to be considered the second best team, being the fact that they were the second best team last stage, and the performance that we saw to start Playday 2 as well really does sort of bode well for them. So would you agree, as of right now, it's Elevate 1, GG 2?
I would say GG.
I'm saying right now. If you have to say right now.
Maybe it's my Oz bias. I really want the Knights' name to be in that discussion, but I'm also a facts man. I'm also a numbers man, and yeah, they finished second. They've got more SI points. They did okay at the major, and the Knights simply don't have those credits next to their name. So we'll see if that discussion maybe shifts heading into this stage, as we've mentioned a few times now. Elevate pretty much solidifying their spot as number one and expecting that to not change. They should be finishing first in APAC South and overall be the best team in APAC, but second's very much up for grabs. I think the Knights could have a really good stage again and be fighting for it, and potentially maybe some of those other teams in the mid-table, like Diables, for example. And of course, it's important to remember that last stage did go down to that very final Playday between the Knights and GG. Literally the matter of a couple of rounds in it. So yeah, I think second is very hotly contested, and that's probably, for me at least, the most exciting storyline outside of Elevate's international aspirations going forward.
Obviously, when you take into account APAC North, I think Cyclops is a team that has garnered that kind of respect similar to Elevate, been around for so long. Same roster as well for so long. Always hard to look past them. Obviously, you sort of mentioned Damwon Gaming here before. Yeah, a little drop off, obviously, in recent times. But yeah, ultimately, I think right now with where APAC is at, it almost feels like a lot of that weight is on the Elevate shoulders to perform internationally. And I think that, you know, the question then begs, is APAC South going to be a good enough training ground, I guess, before the next major, respectively, than SI? Are they getting enough to be able to put them in a position to actually win a major? I think in recent stages gone by, the answer would be yes. As of right now, I mean, I'm not going to lie, I do kind of feel like they've actually separated themselves. And I think that's more so because Elevate's gotten better rather than everyone's gotten worse. I feel like in previous stages, it was, you know, maybe Elevate were a little bit better, but everyone else was pretty close. But yeah, I do wonder if that may have an impact. If Elevate want to go to that next step, and they are that good, and they've got these new strategies, are they going to be able to get the most out of themselves in APAC South? That's going to be a question, obviously, where maybe the answer will be after the next major, after SI. A long, long way from knowing those sort of equations. Of course, a reminder, everyone, here for Playday 2 of APAC South, we are in essentially a double rehost, which then turned into
triple.
Well, technically a triple.
Oh, baby,
go with that.
Triple.
Go with 3 rehosts back to back to back. We are at the moment halfway through this match, exactly halfway through, a 4-2 half, an attacking 4-2 half from Elevate on Cafe, largely leading this one quite comfortably and should be able to get the job done, I think, quite comfortably. Probably 7-3, 7-2 maybe even. We do then have one more game after this, so obviously Knights versus Fury to come, and just, I guess, maybe speaking about some of the hypotheticals on that game, guys, must win for Knights. And when I say must win, I literally mean must win. They can't lose that game.
Well, they can lose it, but then
they're
probably not making the major.
That's true.
Yeah,
they can lose it. They won't be making the major.
Yeah, 100%.
At all.
Yeah, I think that's actually going to be a really exciting game. Probably the sleeper of all 3 heading into the evening. I think for Fury, they're still in the mix to get some points in that one, but obviously for the Knights, they'll be hungry to bounce back and prove that they weren't playing too badly in the first Playday, and Elevate really are just on another level. But on the topic of Elevate, we're back in the server. The Siege gods have shown their mercy, for us at least. I think Elevate's opponents have also been shown mercy because the rehosts have stopped any hopes of speedrun records being...
It's funny, we had this last week with Elevate Knights too, guys, if you remember, to end the night. And at the time we said that the rehost was longer than the game itself. I don't think we're quite in that territory here with this one. Tide hasn't been all that bad, especially the 2 rounds that they won. I thought they actually looked very good and clearly came in with sort of a mindset to play a little bit more off meta, to take down Elevate, catch them off a little bit. But second half finally underway. Finally a switching of the half, of course. Elevate now on the defense, Tide on the offense. See what Elevate look to bring to the table. And it's straight away, it's a double run out actually. Mark goes down. Second player for Elevate did hop back in through the window. And, well, yeah, that's not worked out at all. Kobe from Nate. There goes Mr. Punch. He was actually the other player that went for the run out. So Mark and Mr. Punch have gone for a little tag team run out, and they've both died to Nate. How often do you see that?
Maybe some ants in the pants of Elevate. They're restless after the rehost, but ill-advised. When Elevate looked their best in the first half, it's because they were playing slow, safe, structured Siege. They come out of the gates, try that, and get punished by Nate, nonetheless, who was sort of the protagonist of that on Tide's defenses. So very strange from Elevate, but props to Tide for shutting it down. And it now puts the rest of the defense in an awkward position. Onigiri Train, Sapper holding Pixel up above, and DCH near sight. Still work to be done here for Tide, but the start's been good.
Obviously, because of the rehost, we don't have those player KDAs anymore, but a reminder for those that missed the first half, Onigiri is on a heater. 10 and 3 in the first half, so a tremendous performance from the superstar of Elevate. Still alive in this round. Chance. Still make something happen. Text top red, minute and a half left in the 7th round, and this would be such a big start for Tide. DCH though, hello, he finds the kill onto Shebate. Bit of a freebie back the other way for Elevate, and just gives them a little bit of hope here in this 7th round.
And I think Sapper up above may have been misdroned. We saw his POV briefly, and the drone did fly past. There is a repel now though on his position, so Sapper needs to be mindful, and Nate confirms that. Locates the Rooney, who's now forced back. Sterix gets a pick elsewhere. That was Onigiri near Train as he takes pillar control. Now Elevate forced to make a play, but shut down as Sterix reads into it over towards that reading corridor. Now DCH on site needs to perform something special. Only 40 seconds for Tide, but that should be plenty in this advantage.
Yeah, and I don't want to take anything away from Tide this round, but it's clearly an Elevate mishap. Right, when you look at this round. Oh, DCH, double kill, 3 for the round. Nate got the trade swinging in after he lost 2 of his teammates. But yeah, going back, obviously, I don't want to take anything away from Tide. More importantly, actually, the player who just ended it, started it in Nate. Really good game sense with that nade, I think more than anything, right? You kill the player that's obviously sort of peeking out, going for the spawn peek. But to understand here, this is knowing full well that a player has run out of that window and then gone in back again. He may still be lingering and he may still be loitering. He does get that kill with the nade. Well played, Nate. Well played, Tide. Elevate, though, I don't think they'll be playing like that again, right? So you get your freebie. That's a freebie for Tide. They're not going to get another one like that. Now it's back to really having to play their absolute best to get rounds from Elevate.
Upstairs we go then for round 8. And nothing from the lineup here from Elevate suggesting that we will see a repeat of that previous round. Instead, anticipating the hotly contested areas of the red drop, the lounge, the default plants to persist. And the setup with the head holes and reinforcements over towards Freezer reaffirming that. Might see a small roam here from Sapper and Mr. Punch. Some teams on the attack will go for vert control near reading, so you have to be mindful of that as a defender. And Elevate will just be mindful of that. But now, looking to extend that lead once more. Get closer towards match point. Tide, meanwhile, very close now to being able to even out this map. And with their lineup anticipating a red drop, lots of soft breach available to them.
It'd be bizarre though, if Tide take this round, from the 8 rounds played, it would be 6 attacking rounds, guys, and 2 defensive rounds. And I know obviously the meta shifting towards attackers, but even on a map like Cafe, then it kind of really nails home the fact that attackers are in a pretty good place right now in Siege. DCH, don't think he's been spotted. Able to just linger around Lounge. Still 2 minutes, a lot of time, Looking for that opening kill. Edge is closer. Now he may get pinched though. Oh, he finally got the angle. But the player that was behind him on the rappel, I think, took away some of his attention and therefore took away the chance of getting the kill. Now he's just running around hopelessly and aimlessly. Not one that DCH would want to watch back, and not a round that Elevate would want to watch back so far. 90 seconds left. Mark at Washrooms and Pixel probably has to find this next kill. Otherwise, they might just get overwhelmed on site. Oh, wow.
2v5 now. Could be a 1v5 as Mr. Punch is low. Onigiri responds with the LMG. But traded. And now it's Mr. Punch down below. They know exactly where this player is, and Tide are going to equalize this match for a piece. That's a big statement.
Massive statement. 6 of the 8 rounds to the attackers on Cafe. Early days into the second half though, and of course with Elevate still on the defense. Not doom and gloom, but there's just a hint of a Tide upset. 4-4. Elevate completely dismantled the Knights in Playday 1, 7-1. We've talked them up during that triple rehost. All of the hype and love for Elevate, and it could all just get thrown out the window if they lose this here. That would be a disaster. But then full credit to Tide, and in some ways, guys, the reminder that we've so often said today, basically fighting for their major lives. They have to win this game. It would be so big for Tide, not only if they win this for the sake of keeping, their chances of making top 2. You take down a top 2 competitor, and then suddenly gives you form going against everyone else in the competition. It could be basically a stage changer if they win this.
Man, it changes the stage for the entire league, because if Tide win this, no team's won 2 matches yet, which would be absolutely insane to think about. Of course, if Fury then go on, for example, to win the final game, then every team's won a game, which,
Yeah.
well, again, early days, but still, it's not a very long stage. So that would be quite interesting. The thing I do want to quickly note is, Elevate going back to the same site, they've just lost 2 in a row, not taking their tactical. I can't really think of too many better chances now, where you've clearly really struggled in the entry phase of 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Just take a chance to settle down after that really long pause, consolidate what's going wrong and try to correct it. Instead, they're going back. I guess maybe they've had some really quick inkling as to what they need to try and tidy up. And a lot of that is going to be on the shoulders of the players roaming early and contesting this map control, because from Tide so far, it's been really clean. And 2 rounds in a row, they've been in a 5v3 advantage early.
Credit to Tide, they've definitely brought their A game in trying to disrupt Elevate. It, to me, feels like they've put in the homework. They've put in the effort in understanding ways that they can maybe find victory against Elevate, a team that, well, so many in APAC South struggle to find victories against. Nate, aggressive over towards shot. It's Onigiri, though. They got the opening kill, was traded back, though, immediately. Nate continues to be aggressive, wants to peek the play over towards Pixel, holding back more so towards Washroom. 90 seconds left, 4 versus 4. There's that push, though, from Mark. He survives. Oh, and then into the Frostmat. What a turning of events for Nate. Can get salvaged, though. And there is still time. Oh, what a shot from Shibe. 2 rounds in a row, guys.
And now Tide theoretically have the advantage. Nate may get picked up. And if he does, he'll be low on HP, but can still be used as an entry. Onigiri though swings for the res. He times it perfectly.
Wow.
Plays off the sound cue. No trade from Tex or Shibe. And now it flips once more, but Shibe steps
Shibe.
up. A 2 versus 2. Tex has hit another frost mat. Unbelievable from Tide. Just when their attacks started to look good, it has fallen to pieces. Shibe's had a good round though. I wouldn't count him out just yet with 30 seconds to go.
What is it with APAC and those pog mats? Oh, they just have so much of an impact. 20 seconds left. He knows the player sitting inside a freezer, but you are the one that needs to move, Shibe. You're the one that needs to make the play happen. You do have that diffuser in hand.
10 seconds to go.
There's not a lot of information. He definitely just saw that player pushing around cocktails. He goes for the swing. Headshot landed. Needs to get the player to push out a freezer, but there's no point for Sapper to move. There's no point.
Operators, you have
Sapper plays that perfectly. Discipline of the highest order as Tex sits in the background, unable to move, unable to help. Massive round win for Elevate.
I love APAC South. Oh boy. 2 frost mats, 1 round. Down to the 1 versus 1. Sapper
defenders. Protect your
played
bomb
that really,
by attack.
really well. It could have been quite easily in that situation to feel uneasy and to let the pressure get to you, swing, and he would have died. But instead held his ground. Stood up when Elevate needed him. 5-4, now the scoreline. This match just picks up another gear, it feels.
A much needed round win for Elevate. 4 of the last 6 rounds had gone the way of Tide. They now retake the lead, 5-4. After the time ran out on Shibe and his heroic. 6-1 since the rehost, but you know, again, going back to the first half, it was 10-3 from Onigiri, so now he's got 14 kills. No one else really having a whole lot in the second half. It's basically the Onigiri show that is really keeping Elevate, in my mind, as the team in front. If Onigiri was having a quiet performance here, I would say Tide would be maybe a round or 2 away from closing this one out. But Onigiri has been a difference maker, just as much as those frost mats in the last round from DCH. 5-4. Tide so close, and in some ways, even overtime would be somewhat of a good result here, guys. Even if it's an OT loss, it's still a point. It still gives Tide something moving forward, takes something away from Elevate. That's obviously not on their mind right now. They probably feel they can win this. But has the momentum been taken out of the Tide tires from that last round? Are they a little bit flat from those frost mats?
Some sore ankles, perhaps some sore egos after that one, but it's about picking themselves back up now. Still very much a winnable game. Certainly feels a lot more winnable than it did 45 minutes ago before the match begun. Elevate being tested and Tide setting up for a play. Hysterics sneaks up. Oh, this is so much control. So much control. If he finds a pick, that's big. No trade. No one from Elevate wants to peek back down, and Hysterics retreats.
So noticeable, Elevate, and the way that they're just not playing into these trades, not playing into these peaks. They're sitting back. We saw it a little bit, obviously, from Sapper in the last round with Freezer. They're not wanting to really get too overly aggressive and make mistakes. They really want Tide to be pushing out and then putting themselves in the worst positions, but then Elevate to swing. 55 seconds left, giving up this cocktail control now. To tie with that extra player, it is going to be quite helpful for the late round, but I do worry for time. Time is a factor here, a very big one. And still a frost map, by the way, at that default plant as well down below. 35 seconds, time a factor, and they lose Hysterics below. So a bit of lower control as well for Elevate. I mean, they're just running out of time. Time is everything. Tide, get moving now or never.
20 seconds. Sapper, top of white stairs, gets a pick. Disrupts the control up above for Tide. Nate drops. Mark responds. Tex as well, but he falls. Nate's left. Nothing he can do. Elevate now with match point.
And deservedly so. Just played that too easily. Just didn't play into Tide's early aggression. They get the early kill. They get the advantage. Elevate then don't scramble around looking for the trade. They hold position. They know position is power. Timeout actually by Elevate, interestingly enough, here with 2 match points. Looking for all 3 points from this game. They just look calm under any sort of pressured situation. They don't panic. Lose a player, doesn't matter. Hold position. Don't peek. Don't swing. Don't give them more. Don't let them get 1 and turn that into 2. That's the mindset that Elevate have. And then Tide just ran out of time. Just too slow in their approach and clearing cocktail. 40 seconds left. You haven't even really got them out of it. I mean, that ends up being your downfall because you get to 20 seconds left and you have to make hasty decisions. And hasty decisions, guys, are not good decisions.
No, especially not against Elevate, who throughout this match have looked their very best when they're sticking largely to their game plan and being able to execute it. Tide have looked the most dangerous when they've been able to throw something at Elevate that's unexpected. And, I mean, they tried that in the last round, even with Hysterics, the push-up round stairs. He did get a pick, but it was a matter of then being able to take advantage of it. And Elevate stuck to their guns and made it work. Now we go over to the kitchen objective for round 11 and what may be the final round in this match. The writing on the wall now for Tide, though. They don't win the next 2 rounds. Mathematically, making the major is basically not going to happen. So, big 2 rounds for them if they can push it.
Well, we've said it, they would have to win every single game from here on out. They lose this in regulation. I think they would be able to get to 18 points actually still. No, actually, sorry, no, I think it's 15.
5 seconds to go.
Oh, 12. Even, it just gets worse and worse. 12 points would be the maximum amount, guys. That time I actually did the
It'd
math.
only be 4 wins because there's only 6 matches.
Exactly.
But
The second time I completely forgot. They're not playing next week, right? So they get the week off in Playday 3. So 12 points would be mathematically the most that they would be able to achieve. Elevate would go to 6 already. Yeah, it doesn't look good. So I don't see a world in which 12 gets you in. I think 13, 14 is probably possible. But that's not possible without overtime in this match here. 2 rounds to make it happen. The good thing for Tide is they have actually shown the ability to win 2 rounds in a row. In fact, this game, guys, has gone 2 Elevate, 2 Tide, 2 Elevate, 2 Tide, 2 Elevate, 2 Tide. Maybe. We're not there yet, but maybe the pattern might just continue.
we don't believe in magic. Right? Maybe we do. I don't know.
We'll see.
Up to Tide, though, to disrupt. Stronghold from Elevate here over towards Bakery. Just some initial scouting from the attack. Shibe, credit to him. He's played well this game. Done quite a few vital picks, and he's going to go for more. Jumps in, finds 1. Onigiri elsewhere did find 1 as well, but Shibe almost good for 3. But DCH keeps it in a 3 versus 3, half the round down.
He even knows he's nuts. That's why it's in his name. Shibe is nuts. Big shots. A really big second half. 3 versus 3. Bit of information for that drone as well. Minute 15. It's DCH though, and it feels like the game might be falling away for Tide. Down to Tex and Hysterics. Just a little bit of time. You're gonna go and get that diffuser, so that takes up quite a bit of it. Tex inside a coat check, just bides his time, but I think Elevate have this one wrapped up, unless they make a mistake.
It's all about putting a bow on it now for Elevate, who, to their credit, in advantageous positions have looked in command throughout this 3rd stage so far. Mark spots 1, he'll call it out, falls back. That's smart siege. Tex is pinching though. Can Tide maybe find this pick and crack open the round once more?
30 seconds, big shot, big fight. Tex loses to Mark. In a 3 versus 1 now for Hysterics. Does have the diffuser. Probably doesn't have much of a chance. No, shut down immediately. Well, Elevate must be the Moon because the Moon controls the Tide. They take this match on Cafe 7-4. And clearly the best team in this region. They were troubled a little bit, but they pushed through and powered on to that top spot with all 6 points from the first 2 Playdays.
Sheesh, that's not bad for you, Jake. Controlling the Tide like the Moon. I mean, you could have maybe left that for a more important match.
I would have
later in
saved
the
that one for the
stage,
major, but they never invite me.
I don't know what to say to that. Well done, Elevate, GG. Are we ready? Are we ready to throw yet?
We have fun here at APAC. No, but what a game. What a really good match. Obviously, Elevate. I think what makes it better for them is they were tested a little bit, weren't they? Obviously,
Yeah.
right now, the big test is on Rob. Has he got his composure?
Probably
Find out.
not.
We didn't even invite you here. I don't know what you're talking about. You just turned up. Oh goodness me, that was a major worthy call. That's a damn sure cup of coffee there, Dev. A bit late, is it? Sorry, I just saw it was a bit discoloured in the brown fashion. But look, I've got to admit that was an unbelievable performance from Tide. I was thinking at least overtime to seal that one, but. I guess that's just the difference between good and great teams, right?
Yeah, look, I'll give him that. Tide won 4 rounds. That's pretty good. I pretty much doubled down in the pregame that this was going to be Elevates, and while I was right in the end, Tide, I think they probably did exceed expectation to me personally. So credit to them.
Andy, sorry, I'm still quite lost. I get lost in the sauce sometimes, and I struggle to find my way out. Look, I think at the end of the day, you know, Elevate is still showing many good signs, and that's really the takeaway here. Even though we see them, you know, maybe having a little bit of fun, we're still seeing 1, individual skill, and 2, just what the team has to bring overall.
Yeah, I think I'm going to double down on something that Guz commented on in the cast, where
Please.
Elevate, they played this top floor site 3 times until they got it right. They were absolutely relentless in it, and I think it goes to show that Elevate are really changing their philosophy approaching these new games. I think that they are not looking to repeat the mistakes of the past, looking at amateur mistakes. They just really want to double down and make sure that they're getting every single little thing right. And if there is any opportunity to do that, it is exactly in these matchups against teams like Tide, where you're going to go, okay, we're losing picks early, we're giving away the man advantage. That's something that Elevate always comments on. All these amateur mistakes that when that happens, they go, okay, let's just repeat. Let's not repeat, let's do another side. Now they're saying, no, we're going to fix our mistakes. We're going to be super disciplined. And I think it's super impressive from Elevate. It's exactly the step that they need to take to becoming a really great team.
And the step that we need to take to move on with this broadcast is welcoming in Onagiri for the interview.
Hello.
As always, all right, before we start anything, what's the context? What's going on?
It's for my girlfriend. It's a buff. She gave it to me.
It's definitely a buff, Onagiri. Once again, you've stood up above you know, any individual performance. It's ridiculous to see you every week be able to consistently do this. That's actually maybe a good question. You know, where's this consistency coming from? More often than not, you are top fragging, you are leading the scoreboard. Is there anything behind that? Is there anything to look into?
First of all, we care about every player mentality, so we're trying to balance out our schedule, like scrim and like living a life. So if you manage to do that, you will get a good consistency because you have a good mentality and you're ready for the game.
Wow. I did not expect that answer from you, Onagiri. I'm not going to lie. That's pretty wholesome as well. Obviously, good to see that Elevate and the rest of the team are kind of following suit with that. Maybe I want to lean into a little bit. I don't know whether you heard Mandy saying toward the end there, but you attempted, I think it was Cocktail, 3 different times in a row, batting on it until you got it right. What's the communication like inside the team when you're doing that? Are you consistently doing it to more or less just get past that little mind block, or is there a reason why we're seeing a site 3 different? 3 times back to back.
So like we have extras and we feel like they know how we play and we're trying to adapt to their play style, and in the end we managed to win against them even we overpeak in the like last second something. Yeah, it would be different if she would not hit Sapper in the freezer.
That's fair. That's very fair. Look, it looks like you and the team are having a lot of fun and also, you know, taking wins on the board, which is very important. We'll just leave it there. Did you have anything that you'd like to say before we let you go?
Yeah, thank you, LA fans, for every support, and we will try our best to make to the Berlin as always. I mean, not Berlin. I mean the major.
Berlin.
Yeah, no.
Berlin, are we?
No. No. Okay, I will lose my job. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. We will try our best to make it to the major, and thank you, Lexing, for his amazing job. And like, to be honest, I didn't expect the timeout, and he noticed that we need a timeout on that round, so he regained our mentality and focus. Yeah, thanks to him a lot. Like, I feel great to have him in our team.
These are scary times ahead, I'm sure, for everyone else in the league. Thank you,
Thank you, sir.
Chad, for coming
Thank you,
in
sir.
and having a wonderful interview once again. For everyone at home, you don't want to go anywhere. We have one more matchup after the break. It's the Knights taking on Fury.
I've been putting in the mileage. I've been paying out of pocket. Yeah, been a while since I lost my shit. Crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Don't wanna wait for luck to change. As long as I'm ahead of yesterday. I'll crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, took a lesson from the losses. Oh, I don't wanna be a product of my caution.
And we're back and underway for the final matchup of tonight. We swapped the old guard with the old guard.
I'm pretty sure I'm the oldest.
I'm pretty sure I'm the
mate.
youngest. Oh, maybe Mandy's younger.
Well, I think if we equaled out your age, you would easily be about 40 years old. So I think that that's all that matters. We're moving on to a matchup that probably has us scratching our head a little bit as to the predictions more so, because we've all gone for Knights, but Xenox Fury have definitely had their fair point of conversation.
Yeah, I certainly have. In fact, I'm actually kind of looking at the old Twitch predictions at the moment, and it's almost 50-50. So there's clearly a lot of Fury fans out there. And look, they did get obviously a pretty close match in Playday 1 against the Direwolves. It went to overtime. It wasn't a 7-5 loss, fortunately for them, but obviously they were not able to go on and get the 2 points. I don't think this is as cut and dry. And yeah, like you said, yes, we all predicted Knights, at least on the broadcast, but it's not the most one-sided affair. I would say the Knights should be bouncing back, obviously, from what was arguably a pretty humiliating defeat against Elevate. You know, a team that the Knights would want to believe that they're on the same level of. But I think this is obviously a new-look Fury roster. Playday 2 was great. Sorry, Playday 2. Stage 2 was great. And then obviously what we saw from them in Playday 1 does suggest that Fury is here to contend. And who's to say why they could not get that second place? You go and beat the Knights here, and guess what? They're actually in second place. So it's as cut and dry as that.
And they managed to take a point away from Direwolves, so there's definitely a point to be had here, guys, that Fury could well and truly do something.
A point to be had?
What's wrong with that?
They took a point from Direwolves, so there's a point to be had.
What's wrong with that? Come on, mate.
Maybe you should save that one for a more important moment.
Yeah, mate.
No, he doesn't work majors either, mate. Come on.
Come on. There's no call up.
I think, look, the big thing for me for Fury heading into this stage was they didn't have the roster changes that a lot of other teams did. So in the long run, they should be reaping the benefits of that. And we already saw it in Stage 2, where it was a pretty huge improvement. Stage 1 feels like a lifetime ago now. It was a disaster, but they've been able to improve dramatically. Getting a point, at least against Direwolves, is somewhat impressive, and it keeps them in the discussion, at least for a run, at least towards the top 4, and even potentially on the heels of the top 2. A win here for Fury would be absolutely huge, and would well and truly keep them in that discussion.
And I guess on the flip side as well, a win for Knights is nothing short of exactly what they need, Xenox. This is not the greatest start we've seen to a stage, but obviously, you know, we want to temper expectations by saying Elevate, we're kind of on another level versus the Knights. Yep. So, I mean, how much do you really take away from that matchup? How much do you bring kind of like the grudge of their own performance into this?
Yeah, and look, I wouldn't take a whole lot if I was the Knights, in the sense, obviously they'd be very disappointed with the way that it transpired. Anytime you lose 7-1, 7-0, I mean, even 7-2, there's a lot that hasn't quite gone your way. We got to cast that game, me and Guz, and watching that up close, you could actually see them tinkering with things on the fly. Like, they were actively trying different strategies, different ways that they could sort of break down, elevate. It just, nothing was working. And this was also on Bank, so that first half, Elevate got a 6-0 attack on Bank. Absolutely destroyed the Knights. They just picked them apart. It was systematic, is the way that I think I phrased it last week. So,
What?
Yo, Speakeasy's built diff. I don't know if you saw that. But
I didn't.
That's what you were laughing at, right, Rob?
Yeah, that's 100% what I was
That wasn't you,
laughing at.
Jake. Your analysis was
I was
really
going to say, I know I'm the content, but still. Obviously, the Knights won't look too much into that result. They'll back themselves in to bounce back. They know, obviously, how good Elevate is, and honestly just got a taste of the level that they have to reach.
That's very true, because we've seen you know, in stages of old, guys, we've seen Knights, you know, really perform out of their minds, but we've also seen stages where they have fallen short. Speakeasy coming into the roster, the fact that Luna Metals had time on this roster to, you know, really sit in tight as the coach and start to, I would say, form a relationship with the entire team. Does this make stage 3 their most dangerous yet?
It really should be. There's no excuses for them not to be dangerous in this stage, in my opinion. We didn't quite get to say that in the first play day, but I would hope going forward that, I mean, you talk about Speakeasy, he should be the most dangerous player on the team. If he gets back on a confident entry role, with the likes of Juicy shot calling, I mean, I could not think of a more dangerous combination. Speakeasy, for the longest time, has shown he's absolutely cracked, and Juicy has been such a cornerstone for the team for the longest time now as well. Yeah, Luna, as you mentioned, into that equation, and so many big brains of the game that have been around for so long to help facilitate a top 2 finish. They have everything in the background to achieve it, and it's all about just executing. So obviously they know that the writing's on the wall for them already, right? They've already lost 1 game, so they don't have much to fall back on. But the Knights are such a good roster at really, truly believing in 1 game at a time and just completely forgetting about the context of the match. And that's important going forward for the rest of the stage.
And we'll move forward onto the map veto as well, because it is time for us to decide what map we're going to be going to. Will it be Bank? Will it be Skyscraper? Well, that's interesting. No, not even going to think about it from the Knights. Bank's banned out just toward the end, and we head to Oregon. So, I mean, maybe I'll leave Xenox. I'll leave you up with this, but I do find it interesting that you know, Knights had the opportunity to take them to Bank after their performance last week and have completely banned that out.
Yeah, obviously. I think that obviously for Bank, it was not probably a map that they would want to be revisiting after what happened against Elevate. So for the Knights, I mean, that makes sense why they've obviously gone and banned that one out when they had the opportunity to do so. Oregon, though, I think is actually quite successful here for Fury. It's not a map that we actually see all that often from the Knights, in fact. And, you know, kind of actually was looking back to the last time these 2 teams played, and it was actually a Fury victory over the Knights. Now, that was back on Villa, hence obviously the Knights sort of banning out Villa. Skyscraper itself as well, is that really a map that we see much from the Knights? The answer is no. So again, when you kind of look at these ban phases, really it's just the Knights are just taking out maps that either Fury has beat them on or maps that they just don't want to play. Bank obviously then gets towards the end-ish of the queue, probably based more on what happened last week.
Sorry, guys, I didn't expect him to talk for the whole
come on, you've
entirety
been working
of that
with him
veto.
for a while
You
now.
should expect
I know, I should have understood
That's
that.
pretty bad for you, Rob.
It is. It was a rookie mistake. Look, in fact, the game is ready, but I'll very quickly, guys, do you have any final thoughts?
The big thing for me is just looking at the Knights' record here on Oregon.
Yeah.
There isn't one. They haven't played the map all year. So let's see what they can bring, and let's see if it's enough to take down Fury.
Well, will Knights bounce back, or are Fury going to look hot for stage 3? We're going to find out with our wonderful 2 casters, Devin Mann.
Very clean. Thank you so much, Rob. This is a high-stakes game for the Knights. If they can make it to the major, they're also looking like a really strong shoe-in for 6 Invitational. So there is a lot behind this one. But my question is, are they going to be able to bounce back after such a gut-wrenching loss last week to Elevate?
I really hope that they do, Dev. Now, we spoke to Knights just last week. We had a bit of a yarn with them late at night. And they said when these guys lost stage 2 to Fury, it was a big upset. It really hit them hard that week, and they really had a long chat about it. They fixed up what they needed to, got their mental game back upright straight away, and they're able to come back in the next week. And I think that's exactly what they need to do here in this stage as well. They are a team that takes things week by week, and now's their chance at redemption against Fury.
Well, there's revenge up on the menu for the Knights, looking to take down the Boogeymen from stage 2. Fury have been on the up, though they did walk away from their first match last week with an L. Just a single point they managed to achieve against the Direwolves. They'll be gunning for the full 3 today, like they managed to steal away from Knights last stage. We're back on Oregon, as Guz so aptly put, a map we have never seen Knights play in the last 3 months.
This is an interesting one for me. To go back to Oregon again, of course. The bans have played out quite differently from the last time that we casted this, Jev. Thatcher's been left in instead, and we've taken out the Nook. 1 set of nades only leaves in 1 more viable set of nades in that sledge, and so On the side of the attack, really, you have what you need to open up the site as much as possible. On the side of defense, we've got one last ban to come through now.
And, ooh, it's the Azami. It's the first Azami ban of the night, I believe. We've seen a lot of Azami across the board ever since she's come into the game, into the pool. She's been a mainstay and very specific to some maps, and I would say Oregon being one of them. I even remember earlier tonight, the game that we casted between Gladiators and Wildcard, there was a lot of Azami on just about every bomb site.
I've got to say, Dev, I do feel like this current meta of Rainbow Six has got to be some of the most exciting that we've watched in a very long time. I don't know if you would agree with me on this one, but every time we go into these ban phases and we chat about what's being left in the map, what options there are for either side, I keep finding myself saying, oh, there are so many things that either side can do. And that's exactly what this current meta of Siege is. There's so much room for creativity. There are so many operators that are important that you just can't ban out all of them anymore. And so being able to deal with everything in different situations is exactly the strength that teams need nowadays. And that requires a lot of problem solving. As a result, we always get exciting matches, even on boring maps like Borgen, as I usually like to call it, but they're suddenly made so much more interesting to watch because every game is so dynamic and different.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. And even some of the most banned operators in the game in history, things like Thatcher, which has managed to slip through this ban phase, partly because of those EMPs, making it into the secondary EMP gadgets coming into the game. And with those impact EMPs, we've seen them used earlier today to mixed success. That Thatcher ban is no longer as impactful as it once was. We're seeing Mira slip through the ban phase here on Oregon once again. We saw it played quite a bit by Gladiators earlier today against Wildcard. And I totally agree with you. It makes the game a lot more exciting. It means it's always fresh. It means you really get to use your operator bans for something that you want to specifically target and throw a spanner in the works, rather than just doing that kind of always blanket, oh yeah, everyone always bans Valkyrie, who, by the way, has also been left in here. So I love it. I think it's been a real fresh face.
And it's really exciting the way that it's changed up Oregon as a map as well. I personally feel like Oregon at one point was kind of stale. There was really only so many types of attacks that you could achieve on each of the bomb sites. But I feel like with the new tools that attackers have, especially with attacker repick, and you've always got the right hard breach in your hands, there are so many ways that you can open up each bomb site. And it's made defending quite difficult, I would say, on this map. I think that defenders have had to get a little bit more creative with the style of roam that they're going for and how they're setting up the site and the construction of it. That all of a sudden, Oregon is a very exciting match to watch. And I never thought I would ever be saying that, but it is.
And what I find is the more attacker-sided the game gets, the more it forces the defenders to be aggressive, because you can't just wait. Otherwise, the attackers, they've got all the tools and all the time to deal with you. And so, for example, in our game earlier today on Oregon, we actually ended up seeing a dead even 5 rounds of attack and 5 rounds of defense. One across the board, dead 50-50. And so I love seeing that the defenders get aggressive. It creates a whole different style of game that, when it does rear its ugly, chaotic head, it gives us a lot of work, as we experienced earlier today. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of that again here, especially with something like Valkyrie in the mix. I'd love to see what kind of plays talented players can make when they have the Valk in their hands.
And I think that's kind of what we have to expect in this matchup as well, right? Everything has been left in for these hackers. Thatcher's left in, and all your hard breaches left in. So there's no way that the site is staying closed off. There's no way that you're going to have all 5 of your anchors on the site and they're feeling comfy and they're feeling happy. All the walls are going to be open for them, right? And so it's really going to be on the onus of the defense to make a creative roam game, to put that pressure on through the mid rounds, so that by the time they get to that late rounds, then the attackers are in a flurry and hopefully the defense can find the timing to win it out, right? Because otherwise your whole site has been opened up. Azami is also banned out too, so you can't make any like impromptu patches or anything like that, a little mini deployable shield spots or something like that, right? And so I feel like the defense has got to have a lot of pressure on this early to mid round to be successful.
Mentioned as well that the Nook had been banned out, leaving one less set of nades on viable operators. I mean, there's only 4 operators in the game with nades, right? Nook, Sledge, Yana, and Glaz. No one plays Glaz, so that means with Nook banned, it's basically just your Sledge and Yana. I expect we'll see quite a bit of Yana. But the other attacker that I'm thinking about who has been banned is that Ying, which Fury got rid of. Now, we've seen so much Ying on Oregon. An operator that thrives and creates chaos. And With that panned out, it's going to allow, I think, a different style of gameplay, probably less hatch drops on the basement side, and more slow and steady takes, maybe using nades, Sophia concussion utility to try and clear power positions. And I'm keen to see something where your entire screen isn't white the entire time. We actually get to see a lot of the action.
That would be good, especially after how that last Oregon game ensued. Oh my goodness, I did not feel worthy of breaking down some of those rounds, Dev, because that was just pure and utter calamity. What was happening in that last round? Oh, really, just the Ying just throws such a spanner in the works. Even for us, we're just watching it on the sidelines and we're like, what on earth? We cannot see anything. The defense is blind. And so are the attackers as well, probably blinding their own teammates. I feel like it's the nature of playing Ying. And so hopefully, in this game, we get to see more.
Yeah, hopefully we will. We are just, as you can see, I'm sure, having a little technical issue. We're running that through, making sure we can get into the game as soon as possible. So bear with us here. Now, Mandy, you mentioned before that we had a good chance to chat to the Knights. It was a week ago. It was before their Elevate game. I felt like it was a really insightful conversation. They started by trolling us and telling us that Juicy had been put onto entry fragger and that Speakeasy was on support. And they could only hold that up for about 5 minutes before we finally realized they were trolling. And yeah, Juicy is indeed the Don on support. His teammates had a lot of good things to say about him. And Speakeasy, joining this roster, is taking a bit more of an aggressive position alongside Stigs, whereas Sajin has kind of moved back and taken a less aggressive role compared to, he used to be the king of opening kills on this team. And I'm keen to see how this role shift can elevate the Knights, because we haven't seen it as of yet, with their only game in Stage 3 being that incredibly disappointing match against Elevate.
Something that interests me about this roster is that when they spoke to us about these role swaps, Sage was so humble about it as well. He went into it. We asked him, so how do you feel about swapping off your entry role? And Sage immediately goes, oh, well, I wasn't really that great on it. Meanwhile, like the best...
Statistically, he was.
Statistically, like the best entry player in this entire league. He goes, no, I wasn't that good at it. I reckon Speakeasy's better at this. So just, yeah, put me on a role where I can make more calls and support the team and we'll be all right. And honestly, I rate that so much from him. He knows exactly what he wants to. He's historically been a big voice in this team. When you spoke to them last time, I believe, Dev, you could correct me wrong, but Sage was one of the big vocal players back then as well. And I can only imagine now on his new role, he's got that opportunity to do that once again for the Knights.
Josh, the man on screen, has been a bit of a quiet achiever. In Stage 2, he was actually the top 5 for KD and rating in the entire of APAC South. And it's funny because Josh doesn't tend to be a player whose name we say all the time, especially when you've got players like flashy players like Stigs on the team, when you've got well-renowned support players like Juicy, when you've got a new guy joining the team like Speakeasy. Josh kind of slips under the radar, but he is oh so consistent.
It's pretty impressive what the Knights have been able to show so far throughout this year, but still no international performance, Sev. That's the absolute killer for this team. They look so good on paper. They look so great mentally, team dynamic, everything. But for some reason, they just cannot close it out. And I think against Fury today, especially with their history against this team and what's happened back in Playday 1, this needs to be a win for the Knights to come away strong into Stage 3.
Yeah, and just on that, to double down, we talked a lot about how you really can't afford to lose more than 2 games. Even 2 games itself is a bit too close for comfort. In Stage 2, the 2 teams that made it to the major, Elevate and Gladiators, they both lost 2 games. Every other team in the league lost at least 3. So you can see that was the clear divide, right? The teams that lost more than 2 games did not make the major. And that was when we had 8 teams. Now we only have 7 teams. The stakes are even higher. The room for error has been reduced. You lose 2 games, especially if they're 3-point losses like Knights' L last week. That is very scary. That is potentially the chance at the major done. And there's a lot of hype behind Knights this stage to potentially steal away Gladiators' spot from Stage 2 at that major, this time in Stage 3. Fury could be the one to put that first nail in the coffin for Knights. If Fury win this game, which they are entirely capable of, and they have been on the up recently, it could spell doom for the Knights.
And I feel like you can easily flip that story for Fury too, right? They didn't win their game last week, as far as I remember. And so if they win this one, then basically you've got like almost every team on just 1 win, right? aside from Tide, who haven't been able to win anything. And so if the Knights are able to take down Fury here, it pretty much locks Fury out of the major contention spot as well, right? So for both of these teams, this is all right, we're getting a bit close to the point where we might not be able to go to an international event. So let's turn it up, boys, because we really need this win tonight.
We can say as consolation for Fury, at least they do have 1 point that they managed to get off of Dials by pushing them to overtime last week.
That's true.
But also, we don't really expect Fury to be one of the serious major contenders. APAC South is statistically typically very close. Right, Stage 1, these guys were well and truly at the bottom. They didn't get a single point. Stage 2, they managed to do a lot better. They had some really good games, but they still only ended up in 6th place. Whereas Knights in Stage 2 with 3rd place and realistically only 1 win away from taking that spot at the major. When they lost to Gladiators, that was what copped the L for them and their chance of making that event. Fury, it does feel like they're at quite a different position. They're not necessarily expecting to make the major. If you ask Knights, they probably wouldn't say they're expecting to make it, but I feel like whether they want that pressure or not, it is there. Everyone is placing it on them, their fans. Like, there's an expectation that Knights should be doing better, especially now picking up a player as prolific as Speakeasy. Fury probably have a little bit less of that pressure on their shoulders. That's why I think they're really deadly. We saw that in Stage 2. They demolished Knights, and they put Knights in that position where they then had to beat Gladiators to make the major, and Fury were, in a way, that killing blow. And a team with less pressure is also more dangerous than a team that has all this extra weight on their shoulders.
I think I'd have to agree with you. When we spoke to the Knights about how they're approaching each week, they said, I think it was Josh that said, as soon as you say things like expectation, of like making these majors, that's immediately stress, and that's not something that you want to have in a game. That's not the mental state that you want to be in. You just want to be able to take each week by week, one at a time, and not say we should be beating this team or we should be going to an international event, because as soon as you start doing that, you start getting a bit complacent. You don't treat the game with the respect that it deserves. And against a team like Fury, who is definitely the bogeyman of not just this team, but the league in general, I would say that they cannot let their guard down at all.
Yeah, particularly when Fury's picked up a player like I9, a lot of experience that he has had with Elevate, going to the Six Invitational, for example, and being on Elevate, maybe not quite at their peak, but when they were still the best in APAC and the best in APAC South, a very dangerous player, a very aggressive player, and moving from Stage 1, where Fury didn't get a point, to Stage 2, where they've injected this extra bit of energy, this bit of revival. BG Man as well, who also came from Elevate, has helped with that as well. Fury is by no means a team to be trifled with. However, we are going to go to a really quick break while we sort out this technical issue, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh, there's no better time than now.
Welcome back, guys. It's time to get stuck into the game. Finally, we're all reared up and ready to go. Knights taking on Fury, and we are heading to Oregon. It's the final match of tonight here at APAC South Stage 2, Stage 3, Playday 2. Mandy, it is time.
It is time. We are back in it. Oh no, I cursed it. I'm so sorry. I absolutely cursed it. The moment that I... Wait.
Just leave it.
Checking
wait.
possible dub.
We will...
Checking.
No.
Checking.
We're just checking. We're just checking. We can just talk about the game. It's Knights. We've talked about how there's a lot of pressure on them. But Fury tend to be the upset kings.
Hey.
We are in. Hooray.
Dub has come through. We're all
Checking
good.
possible dub. Dub confirmed. I don't know. I forget that meme.
I feel like we're not very good with memes. That's something that we're not.
We'll work on that.
Yeah. We're not very strong in that on our cast, though. We gotta get more of this Zoomer meme culture in. Anyway, starting out on
You're
this
the
top
Zoomer,
floor.
not me.
Am I? I guess I am
take
actually.
responsibility for being the Zoomer memer,
I do
right?
take responsibility for being the Zoomer memer. Maybe I've got to get on that a bit more. Anyway,
Expect that for next time, please.
we're in the top floor now. Kids and Dorms, the first bomb site to be contested by Fury. Typically, we see basement being the first primary bomb site going in, but not on this one. Looking to do a ground floor roam, reinforcing off meeting, that type of thing. Expecting the Knights to try and look for this clear across from the white stairs.
Not looking to reinvent the wheel is Fury here. Pretty common to roam down below in kitchen. Keen to see what Knights intend to do with some of these less conventional operator picks, particularly that Capital, not something you see every day. I expect Juicy's probably spawned over near Big Tower, and he's going to use those secondary hard breach charges to open attic. But aside from that, what is the intent with the fire and the smoke of the Capital?
Oh, look at that Pogmat just sitting underneath where that hard breach charge is going to go on the wall. We keep an eye on that one for later on in the mid-round. Entry's already come through on the side of Knights. Stiggs making his way up the armory stairs, being live droned in as well. We'll meet no Fury players of Resistance just yet. Most of them still sitting on the site, 2 on the ground floor. Knights will have to be careful of their flank watch a bit later on. Oh, no.
There you go. There's the breach. Surely that Pogmat has been droned. I'm pretty sure it just was. The Capital's secondary hard breach has opened up the wall. Josh is droning ahead for now. And Knights are starting to make some quite slow progress.
Progress is going underway, like you said. Still a minute 30 left, and the site has a big gaping hole in it. So I would say the Knights have done a pretty good job thus far, hoping that Josh doesn't get caught out by this frost mat, of course, as they look for their execute. Oh no, I cursed it.
Still a while away. Did he actually walk into
I cursed it.
Come on, Josh. You can't let that happen, mate. That is not a great start, though. The trade is there. And it looks like Knights are keen to make an early execute here. As I say that, Surya Gate does re-enable. Speakeasy tries to make an entry, is taken down, not before the trade comes through. And immediately shut down is Sage, who was looking to get that plant down. Juicy's fire is not quite enough, and now he's the only one left against 3 Fury players. You could write the end of the round here. It is a good opener from Fury.
Not bad on the side of Fury, but oh dear, poor Josh. We absolutely did him dirty just then, looking at him directly, getting hit by that frost mat coming through attic. Really a stunted part of this Knights push. They couldn't get that pinch coming in from attic onto the players that were playing in that kids choke point, which is exactly where BG Man was. And as a result, the trades just didn't really come through on the side of the Knights. Fury able to clean up this round. Only 10 seconds now as well for Juicy. To find 3 players seems like a pretty tall order.
Yeah, he's not even going to find one. There you go. Good open up from Fury. Nice attempt there from the Knights, but really having Josh go down to that frost mat meant that Knights realistically only had pressure from the one direction. They were pushing almost solely from the concrete door from Trophy and from the breach, with just Juicy playing on that double window. Didn't prove to quite be enough. So Fury starts strong here. Knights can't afford to drop too many rounds on their attacking side, especially keeping in mind the amount of anticipation behind this roster. Everyone wants to know, are Knights going to make the major? Is Speakeasy going to be the missing ingredient?
Fury, though, they'll take us down to the basement as their second bomb site of choice. Looking for a small roam upstairs. We'll see if they keep this meeting hatch closed or open. Seems like they will close it. So looking for something a bit more conventional, just sitting there on the site, not looking to fall off and play through meeting like we've seen come into fashion quite recently. Instead, actually, they've opened up the security hatch. So looking to hold on to this dining security side of the map, anticipating a small tower push perhaps, and allowing them to fall off a little earlier.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse.
I'm keen to see how long this roam can hold on. Fury are a team that, as far as APAC South goes, reasonably well-renowned as a quite an aggressive region. Fury definitely one that falls into that category, more so than the Knights. Wonder if this Monty is going to be able to assist with the roam clear, or whether Juice is going to be looking to more head-on to site direct.
Seems like the Knights have read into the roam game that Fury are currently playing. They've realized they've kept the meeting hatch closed, but security is pretty heavily contested right now. So let's enter in from the point that we know is safe, that we're not immediately going to meet the face of the roamers. That's exactly what Stigs has done alongside of Juicy, already getting inside of meeting, playing that control early, getting ready to take the gunfight onto these roamers on the ground floor.
Now they're starting to drone out more positions. Now Josh is also on the Jackal, so if he goes somewhere he reckons there might be footprints, could potentially reveal one of these player locations. There's Josh getting info on 2 players in kitchen. Now Knights know that there's actually not a lot of pressure on site. Stig's really feeling that pressure now though. The players in kitchen start to make some noise, open some extra lines of sight. But at this rate, looks like most of the Fury guys have actually dropped back to site.
Yeah, the Knights, they have a very good grip on this roam game on the side of Fury, except for the one little sneaky alibi in the top of Armory. That would be Hajime making his way down, now trying to rejoin his teammates as we'll make it back down safely. And now Fury all back in the site, having wasted enough time. But for the Knights, they've made some pretty excellent progress on that side as well. E-box hatch already open. They can start to use the Monty for that backstairs. We've got the Flores of Speakeasy making his way down into bunker as well. There's lots of progress being made for the Knights, but the executor's already happening.
Well, it's starting to happen, but well-placed peek there from one of the Fury players makes it a bit more difficult now for Knights. Just Josh and Juicy left up. Sage not seeming to be in a resable position. It's only Josh now, 1v3. Not looking to crash hot, you could say. Can take down one, and the immediate trade is back again. Fury not really letting Knights get a proper execute.
I would say that felt a little ill-advised on the side of Knights. I felt like although they had a great grip of the roam, they still had enough time to figure out the right timing to make their push a little bit simultaneous. We were on the perspective of Speakeasy. He started making his bunker push, but he was only just throwing in his utility. One of the defenders that was playing inside of Elbow found some great timing to make that swing happen. And for the Knights, it just felt a little bit disconnected on the execute there. They weren't able to play the trades out in a way that they were in close enough proximity for that to work. And as a result, Fury, they used those power positions completely to their favor and able to close out the round.
This is a very slow start for Knights here, Mandy. At what point do we start to get concerned? We have placed a huge amount of pressure on them. Even if they're the ones to say that we only take this league one game at a time, if they lose this, they'll need to win all of their remaining games, 4 games in a row, and even then, the chances of making the major will look slim, particularly because they didn't get even a single point in their first game. I mean, if it's a regulation loss here, I think I'd be pretty confident to say Knights aren't going to the major.
Look, I'm worried, but I'm not too worried. I feel like these last 2 rounds are nothing to panic over too much. I don't feel like Knights are playing bad Siege at the moment. It's just 2 of these rounds where sometimes things do not work out the way you want it to. Sometimes you get Rainbow Six Sieged on, you know? It happens. You just gotta settle down, take care a little bit with these gunfights and get back on the same page, and that is completely fine. I feel like that's something that Knights are capable of. Sometimes not everything goes to plan, and that's okay.
Bit of a roam here from Fury. Pressure on the top floor as Juicy moves on in, starts to place down an exothermic and breach open this wall into games from the Master Closet. Right on the back of it, Speakeasy actually finds an early pick, taking down Hajime and putting extra pressure on by taking down that split double door barricade. A really good start now for Knights and their best chance of finding an in into this game.
The Knights now starting to shape the diffuser around this big tower push. You've got Juicy on the Thermite starting to make his way in, but will be met by the resistance of BG Man, currently playing on the stage. Juicy, of course, will need to start getting those exit thermic charges on the wall, enabling his team to have a line of sight, preparing for the retake that will come through. Once they try and go for this execute inside of meeting, we can see that wall up in attic being opened up now. A player residing there, waiting in case there are any Fury players getting aggressive back on that attic position.
What's the play now for Knights? Got man advantage, got a lot of time. What are you going to be able to do with it? With that big blow, Stig's going down. That's just BG Man on site. A long angle through the breach, in fact. No response.
Oh, not only that, they're going to have to be very careful on the time, though, Dev. There's only a minute left, and both the Yokai drones, I believe, are still active for I9. I think he just got off one of them that is active. We can see Hajime is on it at the moment. So if Knights leave it too late, this could be to their demise. They cannot leave it to the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, and on top of that, like, Colas has got a real shot at a flank here, so there's a lot for Knights to worry about. That said, there comes the logic bomb. The telltale sound of that Dokkaebi core goes out, but like Colas, has he been accounted for? Sage comes in to save the day, but I9 could do so as well. It's all I9 with the Yokai drones to try and clutch out this round. Can he take down Sage? No, a monstrous round from Sage himself. And Knights finally get themselves into the game.
When you're Juicy and you say, all right, guys, I'm going for it, cover me, bro, Sage is exactly the player that you want on your side. Not only does he turn around and kill the flanker of Lycolos, he even defends Juicy from the Yokai drones. Even though I9 went for that swing in that peak, it wasn't successful. Sage was able to take him down, and Knights finally clean up yet another round. I like that round a lot better. They didn't give away the man advantage. They said, okay, we've got it now. Let's just take our time, make sure we're on the same page, and make sure everything comes together nicely. And it absolutely did in that round. And that's exactly what you need to do against a team like Fury, who is, like, arguably giving Knights a lot of respect in this particular matchup. I don't think they're playing anything too aggressive. They're not going for anything silly. They're just playing some pretty regular Siege here, and the Knights just need to get back on the same page.
Well, if they can take the momentum from that third round and push it into the rest of this half, I'd say there's a good shoe in here for Knights. But realistically, I'd be aiming for a 3-3 on the attacking side. 3-3 on the defense is probably all right for Fury. Just knowing that the game earlier today on Oregon ended up a dead 50-50, if you want to have the best chance of taking this game without going overtime, you want to get 4 rounds in this half. Now, that is perfectly possible here for Fury. It just means winning Dorms and Laundry each one more time. But for Knights, I'm not so convinced that's possible.
We will have to wait and see what they can do just off the back of that round. Can they continue the momentum, or will it start to fall apart once again? Got Josh first on the entry, immediately putting down some Nomad jabs, preventing any flanks that might come through Speakeasy as well, of course. The player that we've put the spotlight onto, the new entry for this team, making his way in on the sledge. 2 sets of nades in hand should be enough to clear out this position in pit as well for the Knights, and it looks like the push, this pinch onto the attic position will be a lot more successful than it was the previous attempt.
Well, no frost mats to worry about, thankfully. Josh is going to be appreciating that. Juicy getting a nice breach on, but I9 with this early aggro takes down Speakeasy and gets hungry for more. Takes Sage very, very low and does not back away. Still no breach. Finally, I9 shut down, but that's a pretty significant blow. And Knights are going to have to make sure they can recompose.
Knights from here out, they need to play the attrition game. They've just lost 1 set of nades. Okay, that's all right. That's not too bad. Oh, vertical grenades come through. So close to connecting onto that poor mute player BG Man, looking to replace the jammer, but takes a... He's all right, thankfully. He gets away with his life, and this time Josh is able to creep his way through attic as well. A much better position at the moment for the Knights on this attack.
But when is Josh going to move up? When is he going to take this advanced position? Here's Lycolis. Reveals his position. Doesn't go for the peak. Juicy does find one from the double window, and Sage wins his one. This is suddenly looking a little grim for Fury. Hajime finds one, traded back, and it is all on Dark. Lost, bothered, and bewildered down below. Bit of a pre-fire into one of the default positions, but unfortunately for him, it does not net a kill. 1v3 retake, but one that's possible on account of Stigs and Sage being low HP. Good cover from the master position, but a great spray back again. And Stigs loses his head. Josh is really the one that must be called upon here. Is it possible for Dark to make this work? Time ticking away. Got to isolate these 1v1s, but that's a lovely long angle from Josh. Not peeking, playing passive, waiting out the time. And just like that, the round is done. Sage can be the killing blow, and Knights go 2 back-to-back.
That was good from the Knights. They anticipated the aggression, the re-aggress, I would say, from I9 coming through Master's side. They know that's the kind of player he is. So Sage is going to watch back on the top of that car and wait, sorry, with Stigs rather, on the top of that truck, waiting for the aggression to come through. And as a result, the Knights, even though their attack was weakened, they immediately punished the mistakes of Fury off the back of that. And from there, getting open the wall, the position in Attic was a lot more successful for Josh, and they were able to make that push work much better. And now we're at this even scoreline, Dev, where Knights, they're starting to get back into it, they're finding their flow, and Fury don't seem to have an answer for it just yet.
That said, Fury just need to win one more round here to have an acceptable defense half. That's the danger for me, that Knights started so slow. I like that Fury are keeping that confidence. We look at I9 going aggressive at the start of last round, but they need to make sure it's well-toned and well-tamed, because great, I9 got a pick, but then he did end up giving off the trade and letting Knights get a man back on their side. Ended up being a even man advantage later on. Knights ran away with it. So Fury really just need to have a bit more of a keen read on when to go and when not to.
Right, the Knights now looking to defend, to attack this basement bomb site. Fury once again looking for a pretty light roam. Still some players in the ground floor. Actually, not a whole lot of players in the bomb site. I've lied to myself. Actually, quite a lot of roamers off the bomb site. BG Man, the only one left. The rest of Fury players situated in different positions around the map, quite separated thus far. And Knights, they're looking to do this roam clear quite swiftly. Speakeasy the first in the building, already creating some long lines of sight to cut off these top floor players.
No blood drawn as of yet, and there is a retreat opportunity for the player in Kids Dorms. Great little quick peek for info from Speakeasy. He's not able to deliver as of yet. 2 players from Fury have now forfeited back into Kids Dorms, and there is a player from Knights in Dining ready to wait for them to drop that hatch.
And this is a great little hammer and anvil play that they're going for. We've got Sage on the entry here, looking to flush the roamers inside of the kids' bedroom into the line of sight of Stigs, who I believe is playing inside of Dining, covering this hatch drop. He must have just heard that come through, now looking for the peak, starting to make his way into security, but Hajime's actually gotten away with his life.
The timing just hasn't worked out for him. He's walking dangerously close to this C4. Oh no! The angle doesn't work out in Stigs' favor. He actually loses most of his health to that C4 as well.
Oh, but look at this. I9 in a bit of a cheeky position, still holding on to T1 in a position that still has not been droned out for the Knights. Typically, we see roamers do this on the stairwell itself, but not many players would do that. This inside this little pocket part here, Sage, oh, okay, he's just spotted out I9. He's not going to play the aggression game like he did in the last round and will get away with his life.
Fury have done such a good job of wasting drones here, though, from Knights. Like, look at it, 3 drones left, and Stigs is going to have to try and utilize his Geminis as much as possible to make up for that. But he's distracted with his nades. Look at that, completely open wall. The nade caught by an ADS as well.
And really, there's not a whole lot of time here for the Knights. They're starting to look a lot like a Fury round with only 35 seconds left to go, and our drones are only just now starting to get into the bomb site.
Finally, though, Stigs can open up the round for Knights. Finds a pick onto Lycolis. Josh looking for the backstab from Bunker. DMR in hand. Good flash, though. That may well reveal the position of the player to his right. He flashes himself as well. And now there's a chance for Fury to get back in. That's I9. It's Warden. Of course it is. Speakeasy caught out. It's all up to Sage, and it's not going to happen. What a round from Fury. Pure chaos. And that is where they thrive.
Fury played such a great roam game there. They really knew exactly how to slip through the cracks of that attack. Even though the Knights went for a pretty great pinch clear there, it wasn't well timed. Unfortunately, Stigs, he just came a millisecond too late coming round that doorway and just misses out on catching Hajime on that hatch drop. Same thing with I9, even though he was tucked away in the pocket, he didn't repeat the mistake that he did in the previous round and get aggressive. He fell off back to his teammates instead, knowing that he had wasted plenty of time. And these Knights players, they really did not have the time in their hands to drone out the bomb site and go for as clean of an execute as they would like.
Starting to wonder whether perhaps we got a little bit too excited for Knights, knowing how well they did in Stage 2, knowing what each individual player is capable of, and seeing what Speakeasy could bring to the roster, like in theory, right? And now we're seeing them in this game losing to Fury. Now, it's not by much, I'll give you that, but after the devastating game last week and then not coming out strong at the start of this week, I'm starting to get worried, Mandy. I'm worried that perhaps we overhyped Knights a little bit. This is not what we expected to see from such a promised team. And we need to see more.
I'm actually going to give it a bit to Fury here, Dev. I think that Fury over the course of this year have really come together as a roster. Right at the beginning, they couldn't pick up a single map. They went completely winless, as far as I'm aware. In Stage 2 and Stage 3, they really started to make comments about how they want to change up their strategy. They're changing their philosophy. They're changing roles. They changed their roster. They've started to take this league very seriously, and as a result, they've caused upsets to teams that have not given them the respect that they deserve for the work that they're into trying to come together and being one of these top teams. And I think that Knights are kind of in that position now as well, right? They have a new roster now. They've got Speakeasy, who's replaced Quiz. And I just feel like they've underestimated Fury a little bit. This is still a team that knows how to play good Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I don't want to take anything away from Fury here. They're a good team. And they are playing into the fact that Knights are playing slow. They're playing reluctantly. They're losing a lot of drones in the early and mid-round. And stalling on some things that perhaps they shouldn't stall on. Like, is really the plan here for Knights if they can't open this breach, like just to try and shoot that mute jammer, because they're struggling to do so. And now the opening pick has gone in Hajime's favor. Knights has already lost Stigs. The Geminis along with it, plus the nades.
Hajime and the rest of Fury have just been super present on this clear so far on the side of the defense, really. Every point that the Knights have stepped their foot into the building, they've been met by some kind of resistance from Fury. We saw Hajime, he immediately contested that push coming in through lobby. Now Speakeasy and Josh, they're going to have to double down to try and clear him out in the basement. This is a huge time sink for the Knights to flash and go through and the frag to follow up, but really it's a 4v4 situation, only a minute left, and not a whole lot of progress has been made on the map itself.
Credit to Hajime, he's found a pick, and he's also wasted enough time to allow Dark to get aggressive into that position and take down Josh now. Really well played from Fury. Now Knights caught out, and they're going to have to do everything they can in a 2v4. BG Man doing damage, and Stigs walks straight into the fire. Fury take a convincing half, 4-2.
I'm going to double down on my point and say that Fury are just super present on their defense. Everywhere that the Knights go, they're not getting super aggressive like we saw from I9 one of the early rounds, but they're there. We saw a Knights player try and shoot the mute jammer through the floor. There was an alibi sitting inside of Attic getting ready to contest that vertical once it came through. We saw Hajime. He knew that they were going to go for a lobby take. He knows that they always do the vertical grenade from that classroom window, so he contests it early. That kind of thing, that proactiveness on the side of the Fury defense is really what stunted Knights in the early game. And as a result, Fury have come away with a 4-2 half, and that's just such an excellent scoreline to come away with from your defense.
Now Knights will try to redeem themselves on their own defense, but yeah, I definitely think this is a time where you start to get worried if you're a Knights fan. because Fury are looking in strong form and Knights are not quite as confident as I expected. They're not quite as impressive as we had thought they would be. They've started slow in stage 3, and you also got to wonder with every single round that passes where they make a critical mistake or they get outplayed by a formidable opponent, does that hit their confidence even more?
I think we won't call it too early for the Knights. They have swapped onto their defense half after all, and maybe they're just not too great at attacking Oregon. Who knows? Maybe their defense strat book looks incredible, and of course they'll start us off here on this top floor bomb site. Pretty similar to what Fury brought us to as well, not looking to start out on the basement, which is what we've seen in recent times. Immediately putting pressure onto this master hold, a shield inside of the master bedroom itself on the bed, and another one in Trophy, but it doesn't seem like I9 is afraid at all, marching his way straight in the building.
Ooh. But I like that from Knights. Juicy is going for the Sonic Burst with the Yokai to try and make that shield drop. So, oh no, he misses it. So Sage can't get the shots that he wants. Wow, this is very aggressive Monty play. Sage trying to duel him, but it's very difficult. Goes for the reload. Elsewhere, Dark finds the opening kill. Speakeasy goes down. Sage in a bit of a pickle. He's got to find at least one of these players to have a decent shot. And still, that Monty is being such a menace. Dark finds another one. Sage runs away. And Juicy has taken his place. They've taken down one player, but this is just pure chaos. I've never seen anything like it. Finally, Knights win out the exchange.
That was crazy on the side of Sage and Juicy. Sage goes, Juicy, man, I really need some help. I don't need your yokai drone. I need your gun, bro. I gotta reload right now. And Juicy's like, all right, I'll tag in. You get out. Sage runs straight out of Trophy, comes back in and goes for the frag. That was a crazy mid-round interaction. And now Juicy is actually left inside of Trophy, stuck. There's a player on top of the armory stairs.
Oh,
There's one of Master. He takes the swing and he does not win it. Dark to take down 2.
Yeah, and now he's found 4 on the round as well. This man has turned it up. Could well ace. All he's got to land is a single bullet onto Sage. This is a tall order. Sage goes for the spray, doubles back, and Hajime takes him out. Fury are looking good. What a chaotic round. And Knights once again put in the dirt.
I just can't believe that we saw, Dev. These games have been absolute chaos. I just love this current brand of Rainbow Six, don't you think so? This is so much fun. Every single mid-round is exciting because the attack always brings something new. They always try and problem solve in a way that's fun for us to watch. Like, it is not every day that you can see a Monty and a Hibana make a tussle with the Supernova, with the Suppressor, and an Alibi there who has to reload and use the Bailiff instead. Like, that is not something that you see every day, and it is so much fun to watch.
And credit to I9 on the Monty. He might not have found a kill. He might have eventually lost his life. But he really put Knights under the pump there. And it allowed the rest of Fury to spring into action. Particularly Dark, who found half his kills in the entire game in that one round right there.
That is pretty insane on the side of Fury. They read that into that really well. They realized that the Knights players will start to reconvene back into the bomb site once that pressure came through from the side of the Monty and the Hibana. And residing one of your cutoff players in Dark on those armory stairs or somewhere around lobby is exactly what he needed to anticipate any Knights players that, okay, maybe they're looking for vertical C4s, maybe they're looking to retake up the armory stairs, pinch out our attackers, something like that. They had a great read on what Knights could have done to try and prevent that push from happening. Now the Knights will take us down to this basement bomb site instead, not looking to repeat the top floor off the back of their tactical timeout.
Well, they're certainly going to need to bring something vastly different to what we've seen so far. I want to see a Knights that has a bit more fire. I want to see a Knights that's got the confidence to just go for it. Because Fury have been dictating the pace of this game. And even when Knights have slowed down and punished it, they've slowed down so much that they put themselves in such a difficult position in the late round.
This has been pretty tough going for the Knights so far, but on their defense half, I'm looking towards them to get a little bit more proactive on this map and directly contest these Fury players. But like Olis will take one down and Hajime to take down a second. As I say that, the Knights are punished for this early aggression on the small tower push. Fury are on it. 2 minutes 30 in the round, Dev.
When you want to talk about early aggression, that was 19 seconds into the round, and Lycolis has found a kill with Amaru's SMG-11 with angled grip. Now he's found one with the Supernova. What's going to stop him? Can anything? Finally, Knights find a pick of their own. But, man, it is looking grim for the Aussies. Fury have done everything that they can to put themselves on match point, and it feels like we're heading that way very shortly.
It is not looking too hot for the guys in orange. Now Fury starting to make their way into this basement floor instead, Josh. He's finding the need to get aggressive, of course, in the man disadvantage. Takes down a drone, but will not give away his life. Going back to the site, the safety of Sage, and he's actually able to land a C4, bringing it to a 2-on-3. Much more manageable for the Knights.
Still drones available for Fury, quite a few of them. And of course the Flores, Roteros, not only for information but to clear util. Onwards marches Dark, and Lycolis goes for a quick peek. What a shot though! It's a trade immediately back on again. Lycolis has been turning it up with this Amaru. On the shotty, on the SMG-11, it doesn't matter, and now Sage has to clutch. Otherwise it's match point. And indeed, it is Fury. Unreal, unbelievable scenes on the back of the Amaru play. They find themselves match point 6-2 up against the Knights.
These guys look pretty happy chappy as well. Look at them go. That was a beautiful early... Yeah, can you blame them? That's exactly it, right? What a great early round from Lycolis. Immediately making use of that Gara hook to get into tower control. Simultaneously, you've got such confident entries immediately making their way into small tower. It was, what, like 20 seconds into the building? Like a fast sector time. Talk to me about that, because that was incredibly quick on the side of Fury, oozing confidence. And the Knights, they crumble under that early round pressure once again and lose out the round.
Wow, this is insane. Definitely not a result I expected, and the fashion in which it has occurred as well. Fury are owning this game. Like, they are giving Knights zero respect. And here we have, of course, a blitz play. Surely it's going to be a blitz blue rush. You've got the Lion, you've got the Flores with the Roteros, you've got the Finker as well to help. This is going to work. I feel it in my bones.
You feel it in your bones.
I feel it in my bones. And look, even if it doesn't, it's still an insult to Knights. It's still got to be a tilter.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
And here it comes. This is their statement to say, Knights, we are better than you are. You guys suck. We're going to rush blue right now. There's only one player contesting this that could possibly be any of resistance to Fury, and look at them go.
And he's already inside. Juicy's found the lead-off kill. Dark goes down. But do Knights know that I9 is already deep into the site? Will they get caught out because of this position?
Bit stagnant though currently on this rush. The only player that was really able to make it in was I9, and now taken very low down by Styx. Is actually holding on to that elbow position. Oh, I9 is able to smoke himself away and now can contest the Psycho position instead. Oh, Fury. This is messy.
So well played, but Knights recompose, and up from the meeting hatch, Speakeasy makes his presence felt. It's been a quiet game from him. The man that was promised, he hasn't delivered, but he does step up here. Fury, no, not without an answer of their own. Knights back at it again, 4v2 for them. They need every round they can get to push back to overtime, to get every single point possible. BG Man got the diffuser, he's got the sight, but he has no chance to plant it. He does find another pick, it's Speakeasy again. Bit lackluster. There's a real shot in here for BG Man. Don't overpeak, Knights. Don't let Fury get away with it again.
BG Man now rounding the corner of Freezer, but doesn't check the angle properly, and Sage is able to take him down. Lycolis now in a 2-on-1 situation, and the diffuser is down to the hands of the Knights. Looking for a cheeky peek is Sage, but not able to connect the shots, and both Knights players being very passive, just playing the crossfire, waiting for Lycolis.
No drone, one flash, no E1Ds. No info from his teammates, dead silence in the audio call. As he waits for his moment, Taking down the Banshee, conscious bulletproof camera. Reveal his position, conscious of these crossfires. I believe he's already used his Gone 6. Oh. And whatever happened there, Knights do find that final kill and can stave off defeat for at least a little bit longer.
Oh dear, the Knights. Well, look, we called them out for it. We thought that they were going to be insulted, but in fact, they remain composed. And they played that retake so well as well. They didn't take any 1v1s that were unnecessary. We were on the perspective of Hajime. He was holding the cutoff on Laundry Stairs, and we immediately saw two Knights players wait up for each other, do a big 3-2-1 swing onto the back of that Stairs player, and as a result, they were able to play that retake very masterfully. The trades worked out in their favor. Eventually, they're able to clean up the rounds. Now, putting a round on the board, good for the Knights. Still match point for Fury. There's a long way uphill to go.
Well, it all starts here, right? One round at a
Yep.
time, and it's going to have to be 4 defenses in a row. It's going to be a tough one, but in this league, every game matters. Every point matters. Every round matters. And even if it's an overtime loss, it's a hell of a lot better than a regulation loss, especially with such a pitiful round difference that Knights currently has due to their game last week. If you don't believe me that every point matters, right? In stage 2, Knights had 3 losses, IG had 4 losses, but IG were only a single point behind Knights because every single one of IG's losses was an overtime.
Damn, that's crazy. I can't believe the way that this league is shaped up. Like, Fury, they've got 1 point on the board at this point. They've also got 1 point off the Direwolves game. So even if they do end up losing this one in OT somehow, they will still have 2 points coming away from the second Playday, which is honestly, it's not the end of the world somehow in this league, which is, it's insane, right?
Yeah, but 0 points after 2 Playdays for Knights, not looking good. We got 7 Playdays, but they'll have a bye for one of them. And they got quite a few strong teams that are not free wins still ahead of them, particularly the Gladiators. Now, Sage, aggressive, falls back. Is this Monty once again? Is the Monty able to force that shield down? I don't think it has been able to. Oh, Sage doesn't realize, but by about a millimeter, he barely survived. Getting harassed now by I9, and he falls back.
I prefer that call from Sage as well. They're not willing to play that mid-round tussle anymore, and they're just going to fall back. Wait for Fury to come in and Sage is like, look, I'm not getting into that anymore. I'm waiting for my teammates to get back onto the site before we try and take any more fights.
Thing is, for me, that's strange for Knights. Like, they knew that I9 was probably going to go this Monty, yet they didn't bring many Monty counters. There's no impact grenades. There's only 1 C4, no smoke, which is probably the most obvious shield counter. I'm a bit bewildered.
Look, maybe it's not about changing the operators, but they change in the approach instead. This time, they just didn't want to contest that early because that was a huge time sink for Fury already, and it was a huge amount of resources for the Knights to give away. We saw Sage, he was super mobile in that position. He had plenty of rotates to make in, but hang on a minute. I9 has got Attic control while Josh is in the back of Attic.
Well, the thing is, Josh can't do much. He's completely separated from the rest of his team and cut off, but the rest of the Knights can. And they pounce on I9 while he is exposed. And Josh also manages to sneak up close. Speakeasy has been taken down and finished off by Lycolis. That's a big pick for Fury to get back into it.
Josh, though, he seems pretty elusive at the moment inside of Attic. Has just been droned out by BG, man. Spotted out even by a yellow ping. And the rest of the Knights players will have to reconvene to try and support him as the push comes soon. That's exactly what they do. Sage able to double down, yet another pick onto BG, man. Dark looking for the refrag, but it doesn't work out. And Stiggs able to close out the round for the Knights. They are still in this match, Dev.
They certainly are, and they're starting to find their stride a little bit. Getting that confidence back. Not getting too anxious or skiddy when things start to stray from the plan. And that's the thing that I was really worried about Knights earlier. Every time something seemed to go awry, they looked panicky. You think about that round where we first saw I9 pushing Trophy with the Monty. This time around, they kept their cool. They fell back. When the Monty overextended, they punished.
That's exactly what I want to see from the Knights. That's why I really rated that. As soon as they did that in the mid-round, I was like, hell yeah, let's go. These guys have figured it out this time against Fury. They're not letting them I suppose, run all over them and disrespects them that way anymore. They're playing it cool, keeping calm and collected, and that's exactly what they need to get back into this series and what they're trying to achieve now. Fury, they've just taken their tactical timeout. They want to close it out now because really, if they want to close it out in regulation, they've only got 2 more chances to do so. And that's exactly what they want to do, especially because Knights are going to their tertiary sites. If there is any time for Fury to clean up an attack, it's now.
Yeah, the best chance that they're going to get, for sure. We need to see some of that fire brought we saw at the start of this game, that we saw in the first 2 attack halves. Get the Amaru, get in the building real fast. Whatever it is, throw something at the Knights. See if they'll be ready for it, test them. Now, Fury have had their tactical timeout, and I do wonder what it was that was said in those moments. Is it changing the approach? Is it saying, look, guys, let's try and play slow and methodical? Because I actually feel like, even though Knights are starting to adapt better to this unpredictable playstyle, I feel like Fury have got to double down. That's what they're good at. There's no point trying to play the game on Knights' terms.
10 seconds to go.
Look, if Fury win this here, we can ask them what they said in their tactical timeout. That could be exciting.
Robert Monday, write that down.
Knights, though, they're going to take us down to the meeting, I believe, is it? Or maybe I have this one written down. It is meeting, isn't it? Okay, fantastic. Meeting and kitchen as their final bomb site of choice. Now, the Knights, the way that they play this is, from memory, they like to open up the back stage wall. I believe it's half reinforced, and that's how they like to play it. I really like it because it means that they can make tower power position if they want to. Now, Dark finding the pick onto Sage is not a good start for the Knights if they still want to make this comeback through. And now they're down in the man count.
It's a bit of a roughie for Knights, losing a player early, especially because it's the most dangerous player in the server. Even with that death, Sage is at a 2.0 KD. Fury is starting to continue their approach onto this top floor. Drones go out, including a Twitch drone. Speakeasy and Juicy, the ones to receive this pressure.
They're still holding on to this crossfire on the top floor, though, not willing to give away any more free real estate to Fury off the back of that entry. Oh, no! Not checking the position in pit, but he manages to get the flick onto him anyway. Now Speakeasy is able to double down with a refrag. 1-on-2 situation now for Josh, left in the back of meeting.
Oh, and it doesn't work out! No, not one bit. Fury out of absolutely nowhere, storm through the site, get their first win of Stage 3, and deliver a devastating L to the Knights. What a performance.
I just can't believe how abruptly that ended. That was insane on the side of Fury. From one moment, it was nothing. It was quiet. Dark got that first pick, and then they all flooded through that top floor, and it was all over after that. All of the Knights players were there, except for one on the site, and boom. It's a done deal. Fury take it out.
Huge repercussions from this match, which I'm sure they'll break down on the desk. But what you can say for sure, Fury end today with 4 points. That is a huge shot at making the major or having just a bloody good time here in Stage 3. For Knights, though, this story is very much the opposite. It is dark days for this team, the promised roster that looked to be potentially the chance for OS to make a major, but perhaps not so. We'll let the guys on the desk take it from here.
Absolute heartbreak if you are an OS fan, and well, call us OS biased because we were really looking forward to Knights, you know, kind of kick-starting their campaign, and how abruptly it has been brought short, Xenox. I mean, that is a performance from Fury that we all teetered on the edge of it can happen. We just weren't sure it was going to, but that is tremendous from Fury.
Yeah, and obviously they have to get all of the plaudits. It's easy to sit back and look at sort of the negatives from a match like this, you know, a la the Knights. But I think Fury as a team has sort of have been building towards this. When you go back and look at, you know, where they were back in Stage 1, they were the laughing stock of APAC South. You know, they were a team that didn't find a win, didn't even get an OT loss. It was 7 straight regulation losses. -31 was the round differential. And it's largely still pretty much the same team. I think just -2 players, 1 or 2 players. So yeah, basically just Producer Boom and Spacehead. So when 2 players go out, 2 players come in, and they've made this transition. Stage 2 was obviously a lot better. They picked up 3 wins overall, one of those being OT. 9 points, not bad. we posed the question, what was the next step? An extra 3 to 5 points. And I think right now, through the first 2 Playdays, they've picked up 4 points. They're on track for that. They pushed the Direwolves back in Playday 1. They could have honestly got a little bit more from that. And they've gone and dismantled the Knights here in Playday 2. Just a tremendous turnaround for an organization and for a team. And they have to get all of the plaudits.
This is, I mean, kind of unheard of, I think, guys, in terms of APAC South anyway. Like, you know, to go from 0 to hero in such a dominating fashion is really quite incredible for Fury. But I mean, I'll give you the floor here. Is there anything that you want to say on either Knights or Fury's camp?
Well, it's almost 0 to 0 for the Knights. I think they set themselves up with the perfect platform to finally get to a major. It's been so long since they've qualified for one, and the last they couldn't even attend in Mexico. So such a disappointment, because for all intensive purposes now, their stage is basically done. Even a flawless finish from here, let's say Fury continue to build upon this, it's them and Elevate in the top 2 while they don't have the head-to-head. So for the Knights, it's really a critical point for them. They basically need a flawless stage now to be any chance if they are still in the running, and today they just didn't look themselves. Completely lacking confidence that we would expect, and yeah, back to the drawing board from them. So very disappointing for the Knights. We put them on the pedestal. They have so many great players. Luna as coach, it just felt like this was finally going to be their opportunity to at the very least be contesting the top 2. But at the moment, it's almost feeling like it's a battle for survival for them at the moment, which I did not expect them to be in this position at all.
Disappointment for one, but reprieve for another. Let's bring in Lycolis to hear what he thinks has gone right in this matchup. Lycolis, this is... we're all expecting Knights to push you to the limits there, but yourself, Fury, looked absolutely sound. What was the preparation like leading into this game?
I think we just play our own game, because like Knight didn't play like Oregon that much in the past like stage. So we believe that they would play something similar to White God maybe, or something like that. But overall, we didn't like thought of like some specific strategy to counter them. We just play like what we usually does when the enemy team like does some setup like this, and some of them is working, but some is not. But overall, I think it wasn't that like much into like in the play phase. We just like play what we do.
Now, there was a big question asked on the broadcast from Mandy, and I'm going to reiterate it here. What's happening in the TAC timeout that you've called? What are you saying as you're heading into those last, I think it was the last round. What's the communication like?
I think it was a TAC call out from our coach. So he didn't like tell us much. He just tell us that we just have to like chill, because there's only one side left that they have a chance to go to his meeting, right? So we decided are we going to like do a big tower clear or the second floor and go to kitchen, something like that. So in the end, we decided that maybe go straight to like second floor and play with the gunfight is like a much more reliable chance for winning, because the OSA setup isn't like, it's like every team is doing that, and every team is like know how to like counter them. So we thought that let's just give it a go with our gunfight, and yeah. And as you can see, we win the trade kill at the beginning, and BG-Man won a 1v1 in the side. Yeah, that's all.
Keep it simple, hey? Keep it stupid simple, as some of us would like to say on the broadcast. Look, you're coming up against top dogs in Elevate next week, which is obviously a massive game. You know, you guys are now in contention to be pushing for the top 2, as you've only got 4 more games left, which is just absolutely bizarre. What are you planning to do? You know, is there any preparation that you're going to look at in specific for this matchup?
I think there's like no more like that much prep, because like we usually play with like our score in the last like OPL league in the Southeast Asia was like 30 close, and we think we just like need a bit more like how do you say this, like I think we were like too fast on some side. I mean, like our players, maybe we just like too much regress against them on the OPL. So I think we just have to like be more patient, because from what I see from the tonight game between them and Tide, there's a lot of moment that like Tide seem to almost had it, but they just peak and lose the gunfight, and it's farewell to the elevate. I think that is the thing that we have to beware the most in the next match.
For sure. Well, look, Lycolis, I'll leave it there. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
I don't think I have much to say. I just hope that I can be here every week, and we can I hope we can go to major. It's I was playing this game for so many years, but never had a chance to make it major. So yeah, I hope I can do it.
Lycolis, we wish you all the best on that campaign, and we hope to see you here every week breaking it down with us. But for now, congratulations on your win, and best of luck against Elevate next week.
Bye-bye.
That is a super positive interaction. There's obviously a lot more that's going on behind the scenes, with their coach and everything, because, guys, what seems to be a roster that was put together for Stage 2 with I9 and BG, man, we were questioning, what was going to come of it. It's turned into quite a structured team, quite an adaptable team, I think, and right now it's showing.
Yeah, that's the most exciting thing about Fury for me, is they had to make roster changes, but there was no guarantee that that was actually going to work, and never mind to the extent it's worked so far. Yeah. Obviously a big improvement in Stage 2 and Stage 3. They're setting themselves up on a really nice trajectory. Obviously it's going to be a really fiercely contested top 2, and a single loss here or there is going to make or break it for them, but I'm really excited heading into the Elevate match. If they go toe-to-toe with Elevate, at minimum push overtime, not only does that keep the league incredibly compact and exciting, but for Fury, that would just be such a massive boost of confidence for them, and they'll know that they can truly be one of the best teams in APAC South.
And of course, this wasn't the only matchup that we had tonight, so let's go back and have a look at how all of these games have played out. Again, just reminding anyone who maybe wasn't here at the start or last week, we only have 7 teams in the league now with Chiefs disbanding, meaning we have 3 games per night. Xenox, when we're looking at this, geez, I mean, you'd think it was a quick night, but it was anything but.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on what has been? Anything in particular that catches your eye?
I feel like probably almost all 3 matches had something that you could really sort of take away. For Game and Gladiators, a very thorough result, against a wildcard team that I expected maybe a little bit more from 7-3. Not an ideal result for them. Ideally coming into tonight, they would have wanted to really test themselves against arguably the second best team in the region. Had you taken down GG, you would really stake your claims for that second spot. It's not all doom and gloom for wildcard. There's a long way to go. They've obviously got a win from Playday 1 under their belt, but they'll have to bounce back. And Tide, I generally saw better signs from them in this match, despite the same scoreline, 7-4 as their loss against Wildcard in Playday 1. It just showed me a little bit more. There were moments where I thought maybe Elevate could be vulnerable, but obviously Elevate were too good. And yeah, for the Knights, it's a total disaster. I think, as Guz said, it's pretty much over in terms of making the major. So they've got to find something else to take away from this stage, because they're just not going to make top 2. It's literally not going to be possible. I think for them, it's a matter of not finishing last at this point.
Oh, yeah. On that note, let's have a look at predictions. I'm going to move away from that conversation because that one hurts. That
Speaking
hurts
of last,
if you're a Nose fan. Speaking of down the very bottom, geez, you can really see the difference in the major spike, can't you? You can just see the difference between the knowledge. I mean, this is quite a strange one from the Knights. I still think when we were talking about this at the start of the day, guys, we all kind of said, yes, we've gone Knights, but there is every possibility that Fury take it to them. However, I still don't think I would have put all of my eggs in the Fury basket, even if I'd been able to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I said that, 70% confidence or something along those lines. So I wasn't 100% convinced that the Knights would win. Keep in mind, Playday 1 was really poor for them. But yeah, they've clearly shaken the bed a little bit, Fury. I think Knights were rightfully still favourites heading into this match, but I would, saying upon reflection, maybe we gave them a little bit more than they're actually worth. And yeah, Fury's shocked us, probably shocked the league as well, and more importantly, probably scared some of the teams really fighting for that top spot, namely GG and Elevate, now have a real target on their backs.
Yeah, certainly do. And let's have a look at those targets, as big as they have ever been. It is currently leading out on top with no surprises whatsoever, Elevate, but it's the team underneath them, I think, that has shocked us all the most. Fury with an overtime loss and a win puts them on 4 points, and Game and Gladiators, Xenox, they are nipping at the heels.
Well, I think the main thing to remember is that GG and Direwolves only played one game, right? Yep. Obviously, Direwolves didn't play tonight, and GG didn't play on Playday 1. So, you know, if both of them were to be basically playing a second match each, and they both won those games, obviously Fury kind of then get knocked down a little bit. So keep in mind that, obviously, when we look at these standings, especially early on.
Yes.
But I think the biggest takeaway is obviously the discussion surrounding Elevate, that top spot. I don't see a world in which they get pushed out of that #1 position. But it is quite telling. It's next week, 1v2 already for Playday 3. So a lot to sort of keep an eye out for in the future for APAC South.
Certainly will be. And our matches for next week, you've already touched on it. And here they unfold. Fury take on Elevate to kickstart us. Oh my God, we've got bangers next week. We have absolute certified bangers, Guz. What on earth have the Siege gods presented us with?
Yeah, top 2 to kick things off. Doesn't get too much better than that. And then Direwolves and Gladiators, probably the 2 really contending to stay in the mix for that second position. Also a critical match. GG will pretty much equal first, potentially, again, depending on how everything plays out. If they win, Direwolves, of course, don't want to fall too far behind the pack as well, so that's going to be super intriguing. And then to round things off, the Knights on life support trying to keep their stage alive, and Wildcard trying to bounce back after a disappointing second Playday.
Well, that's just it as well. You know, Wildcard's still up in the air in terms of the conversation for the major, obviously. Performances aside, Xenox, they still are technically in it, but I don't think the performance we saw today convinces any of us.
Yeah, look, they're not a favourite for the top 2, are they? Right? There's a lot that has to go their way. To the point where, I mean, they still play Elevate, they still play Fury. You basically got to win those 2 and probably win everything else if Wildcard are to make it, or at least a couple of OT wins here or there. But just quickly touching on next week, of course, Fury taking on Elevate. Last time they played was an 8-7 banger. Fury ended up getting that win. So they're certainly capable of taking down Elevate. Obviously, it's an Elevate that has had some changes in their philosophy since that result, and a lot of things that they've grown from. But Fury obviously is a team that has grown so much as well. So I don't think you could ask for sort of a better lead-in for Playday 3 in that match. Obviously, Knights, Wildcard, both will feel like they're must-wins. Direwolves and GG, both on 1 game played. Who's going to get a little bit of that propel into that second place from that game, and who's going to be feeling like they've got some catching up to do. So every week for APAC South, there's just so much on the line in terms of results.
Almost close the show from there, but I'm going to allow Guz because it's his favourite thing to do, Guz. Well, you know we're at that time of night. Final remarks before we close up.
Yeah, I think Playday 2 was quite intriguing. I sort of treat it as a really nice stepping stone really into the third Playday, right? We have that first spot up for grabs going to be really entertaining, and then Game and Direwolves as well, nipping at the heels for second place. So that's the real positive takeaways from this Playday. And of course, it would be remiss to not quickly touch on Tide and Knights. Not a single point gained in the first 2 Playdays. These teams only played 6 matches. Their chances now right down the drain for making the top 2 and the major. So a lot to look forward to for some teams and not so much for others.
That's just it. A disappointing start if you are a bit of an OS fan. We've obviously still got Wildcard in the mix, but everything else is kind of simmering out. It's only Playday 2. We still have plenty more action to come. That's all going to be starting up next Thursday night. You saw the matches before. We're going to be prepared for them. We hope that you will join us there. But for everyone that joined us tonight, thank you very much. Please take care. We'll see you soon.
That D-box hack now enabled in their hands. Ooh,
There's a drop from Cairo, and he just goes straight for it. It's a double.
they're putting more pressure onto the bomb site instead. That being
Oh my
said,
God,
oh
what?
no, OJ! He's just been taken down, Alpe!
Vinny's taking a very egregious position
Oh,
up there
no.
on for the flank. Surely he could not deny the plant. Tui, he reads it perfectly, and he's going to reattempt here. The C4 from Rix could do enough damage. Diffuser planted, 9 bullets in the DMR, but Rix is ran in the corner, and Tui's there. Behind
Oh,
you, Tuhan. Oh no, he's going to reveal his position. No, not like this, Tui. Devastating on the double down. How unfortunate for Wildcard.
Mark goes down. Second player for Elevate did hop back in through the window, and oh yeah, that's not worked out at all. Kobe from Nate. Seconds left, 4 versus 4. There's that push though from Mark, he survives. Oh, and then into the Frostmat. What a turning of events for Nate. Definitely just saw that player pushing around cocktails. He goes for the swing. Headshot landed. Needs to get the player to push out of freezer, but there's no point for Zappa to move. There's no point.
They've taken down one player, but this is just pure chaos. I've never seen anything like it. Finally, Knights win out the exchange.
That was crazy on the side of Sage and Juicy. There's a player on top of the armory stairs. There's one on Master. He takes the swing, and he does not win it. Dark to take down 2. Speakeasy is able to double down with a refrag. 1-on-2 situation now for Josh left in the back of meeting.
Oh, and it doesn't work out. No, not one.
We don't need to panic. This club is shady anyway. Who can spot the raindrops? All your exclusive rooftops. We just need a junk shop or a kebab shop. People come and go. People come and go. Nobody can take away our star and roll. If everybody's gone, if everybody's gone, nobody can hold up. We are going strong. Kicked out of the club, had I been too much? We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had I been too much? We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Broke but still in style. Broke but still in style.
Come on, you're standing on the edge tonight. You watch me like a satellite. Well, come on and dive with me. It's time to see the color changing in the light. The future's looking pretty bright. Well, come on and shine with me. come alive.